왕형님 안녕하세요. 호주에서 하고 계시다. 음. 상단의 그린 템들은 아이템들은 일비파밍 하면서 득한 아이템들이에요. 일비파밍 하면서 득한 아이템들. 안녕하세요. 우리 채널 조금 돌아봐야 되겠다. 버크님 안녕하세요. 다리 비는 섭이 있는지 없는지 조금만 둘러보고 다리가 없는 것 같다. 그러면 숟갈로 다시 갈게요. VPN 토르가 듣습니다. 렉이 있어요. VPN 써도 렉이 있습니다. 네, 확실히 옛날보다는 사냥터가 많이 비기는 해요. 제가 일비파밍 지금 5일차인가 그런데 5일차 6일차 돼가는데 옛날에는 사냥의 골짜기가 채널을 돌려도 찾기 힘들 정도로 그렇게 없었는데 요즘은 그래도 한 채널 두세 번 돌면 자리가 보이곤 합니다. 유료로 쓰는 거 맞아요. VPN. 보시면 느려. VPN을 이제 채널에 들어가고 게임에 접속한 뒤에 정착할 채널을 찾으면 거기서 VPN을 꺼야 되는데 지금 채널을 못 찾고 있어서 일비 아직 한 개도 못 먹었습니다. 사냥해도 되겠죠? 다가 나중에 오셔서 뭐 일이 커지면 제가 뭐 양보하죠 뭐. 근데 지금은 안 계시니까 바로 여기서 사냥하도록 할게요. 자, 일비파밍 본격적으로 시작해볼게요. 어제 밤늦게까지 편집하느라 근데 재밌게 편집했어요. 그 미니 팟캐스트식 진행을 한 거 화요일부터 진행했나? 내가 화요일에 시작한 걸 3편 다 편집하는데 컷 편집이나 뭐 이펙트나 이런 거 들어가는 게 없어서 그냥 자막 정도만 그 AI를 써가지고 자막 넣고 이제 디테일링 조금 하는 거 빼고는 편집할 게 없는데 그렇게만 해도 이제 3-4시간이 걸려요. 영상 3개를 편집하는데 편집이라는 게 쉽지가 않아. 근데 너무 재밌게 했습니다. 특히 썸네일 만드는 게 너무 재밌었어. 아, 어제 좋으셨다. 경민씨가 어제 미니 팟캐스트 듣다가 꿀잠에 들어버렸다. 아주 좋아. 아, 감사합니다. 좋게 봐주셔서 감사합니다. 저도 생각을 좀 많이 했는데 이게 제 생각엔 좋을 것 같은데 너무 무리를 하는 게 아닌지. 네, 좋게 듣고 계시다는 분이 계시니까 좋네요. 세계 편집에 3-4시간이면 빠르네요. 편집도 아니고 그냥 커트해가지고 그 인터뷰 미니 팟캐스트 진행 한 부분만 커트해가지고 자막 AI를 통해가지고 자막하고 번역하고 거기서 이제 수정 볼 거 조금 보고 썸네일 만들고 하면 많이 한 거 같진 않지만 시간이 그래도 많이 걸려요. 이재희님 안녕하세요. 어릴 때는 한국말로 생각하시고 지금은 영어로 하시나요? 어릴 때는 영어를 잘 모를 때는 한국말로 생각을 많이 했죠. 근데 미국에서 이제 어느 순간 오랜 시간 동안 생활을 하다 보니 영어로 생각하게 되고 그러는 것 같아요. 환경에 따라 바뀌는 것 같아. 내가 볼 땐. 저는 영상 만들 때 1분당 1시간꼴로 시간 들였는데 역시 AI가 편집 속도를 많이 올려주네요. AI가 좋은 점도 있고 많이 부족한 점도 많아요. 편집을 해서 써보시면 아실 텐데 일단 제가 개인적으로 AI를 쓰면서 와 이건 괜찮다라고 느낀 점이 이제 그 제가 말을 더듬을 때나 똑같은 말을 반복할 때나 아니면 필러라고 하거든요. word filler. 뭐 예를 들자면 이런 거. 뭐지? 이런 걸 필러들이라고 하는데 그런 거 제거하는 거는 잘하는 것 같고, 근데 그런 쪽으로 영상을 만들고 싶지는 않지만 뭐 하여튼 그건 잘하는 것 같고, 그리고 또 잘하는 게 이제 유튜브가 정말 잘합니다. 자막 번역을. 뉘앙스 같은 것도 잘 캐치하고, 이게 그러니까 이게 저는 캡컷을 사용하고 있거든요. 소프트웨어를. 영상 편집하는데 캡컷이라는 소프트웨어를 쓰는데, 소프트웨어 그 캡컷 안에도 존재가 해요. 자동 번역, 자동 자막, 다른 언어로 자막이 들어가게끔 그런 AI 기능들이 다 존재하는데, 캡컷 거는 정말 안 좋은데, 역시 유튜브는 구글의 제품이라 그런지, 역시 구글인지 유튜브에서 이제 소환해주는, 생산시키는 자동 번역 자막이 뉘앙스도 캐치 잘하면서 누가 말하는지도 알고, 완벽하진 않지만 내가 직접 이렇게 신경 쓰면서 써갈 필요가 없는 그 정도? 어느 정도 시청자들도 이해할 수 있는 그 정도로 잘하는 것 같아요, 유튜브가. 그래서 유튜브 자동 자막을 넣고, 그것도 이제 손 안 봐도 되고, 그리고 이제 인터뷰 같은 거는 필러월드를 제거할 필요가 없죠. 왜냐면 편하게 듣는 거니까. 그건 이제 좀 자연스럽게 롱런으로 켜놓고 그냥 듣는 거니까 필러월드를 제거할 필요 없고. 그리고 또 이제 손 봐야 하는 게, 썸네일 같은 거 만드는 것도 AI를 써서 만드는데, 이제 자막이라든 그 썸네일에 들어간 조그만한 디테일들은 제가 봐야 되죠. 그거 제외하고는 이제 별로 시간 드는 게 없어요. 그 뒤로는 이제 각각 플랫폼마다 올릴 수 있는 그 사이즈, aspect ratio 이런 거를 좀 설정을 해가지고 바꾸는 게 다지. 학창시절 맞짱 떠보셨나요? 저는 싸우는 타입이 아닙니다. 싸움을 싫어해요, 저는. 근데 중학교 때는 그래도 남자라고 좀 자존심 상하는 일 생기면 애들이랑 싸우고 그랬죠, 학창시절 때는. 조그만한 중학생의 자존심 건드렸다고. 남자아이는 다 싸우면서 크는 것 같아요, 내가 볼 땐. 우리 아들도 보면은 저랑 너무 똑같아서 걱정 반, 이제 흥미 반, 이렇게 되는 것 같아. 내 자신도 부족한 게 보이고, 내 자신도 이제 잘난 게 보이니까, 내가 느낄 때 난 부족한 점도 있지만 분명히 잘난 점도 있으니까. 내 아들이 이제 1살 반인데, 저희 어머님도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 제가 봐도 그렇고, 아들이 똑같은 짓을 해요, 저랑. 공 좋아하고, 장난꾸러기이고, 지금 이제 1살 반인데 벌써부터 막 뛰어다니면서 점핑하고, 그게 재밌어가지고 뛰어노는 걸 굉장히 좋아해요. 장난꾸러기예요, 장난꾸러기. 근데 정말 이제 이게 내 아들이구나 라고 느낀 게 공을 좋아하는 거. 저도 어렸을 때 공을 굉장히 좋아했는데, 그래서 축구를 굉장히 일찍 시작했거든요. 저는 한 3살, 4살 때부터 공놀이 하고 막 나가서 공 차고 그랬던 걸로 기억하는데, 우리 아들도 그렇게 될 것 같아요. 자고 일어나면은 일단 엄마 아빠 한번 보고 뻐 그래요, 뻐. 뻘이 뭐예요? 공, 영어로 뻘이잖아요. 뻘. 그래서 그걸 가르쳐 줬는데 이제 공만 보면 뻘 이러고 공을 가지고 놀려고 하고, 조금만 더 있으면 발로 차면서, 지금은 손으로 잡고 던지는데 애가 아직 어려가지고 조금만 지나다 보면 공을 이제 발로 차니면서 뛰어다니겠죠. 코카콜라, 펩시, 콜라 중에 취향은 어떤 건가요? 저는 개인적으로 그 펩시 있거든요. 펩시, 설탕으로 만든 펩시, 시럽 말고 캔에 레이블링이 돼 있어요, 미국에는. 이 펩시는 raw sugar로 만들었다. 설탕으로 만든 제품이다. 그래서 raw sugar, cane sugar 펩시. 이게 굉장히 깔끔하고 맛있더라고요, 저는. 오늘 꿈에서 학교에서 일진 주먹으로 패는 꿈 꿨는데 자고 일어나니까 벽에 주먹 전내 세게 쳐서 주먹 까져 있었음. 진짜십니까? 아니, 꿈꾸면서 벽을 쳐본 사람이 있다고? 레알입니까? 안 믿겨지는데. 나는 잠자면서 잠투정을 벽을 칠 정도로 해본 적이 없는데. 자, 서결님 사진 올려주시죠. 유튜브에 인증하시죠. 벽을 뽀개트린 주먹이 까진 당신의 모습. 조니님 채널 소개글 보니까 GMS도 했다고 되어 있던데 혹시 어떤 서버 하셨을까요? GMS 옛날에 미국에 처음 왔을 때는 그냥 글로벌 서버 있잖아요. 글로벌 서버 메인 북미 글로벌 서버 잠시만요. 글로벌 서버 보통 미국 서버 했었고, 이제 거기서도 빅뱅이 나오면서 이제 바꿨죠. 저도 빅뱅이 나오면서 뭐 큐브나, 그리고 또 북미 서버는 다양한 방법으로 과금을 유도를 합니다. 거기에는 뭐가 있었지? 가차폰, 그 기계에, 오락실에서 기계에 돈 넣고 뽑기로 인형 뽑는 식으로 과금을 유도하는 그런 시스템이 있었는데, 자금을 현지를 유도하는 그게 마음에 안 들었고, 그리고 한국에 있던 게 다 점차 들어오면서, 유입이 되면서 잠재력, 부하기, 뭐 큐브 이런 게 들어오면서 이거 별로다 라고 생각해서 접고, 그 뒤로 이제 프리메이플을 많이 했죠. 미국에서는 한국 서버에는 프리메이플이 없었으니까 한국 넥슨이 제가 알기로는 계속 못하게 막 막아놨다라고 알고 있어요. 근데 미국은 그게 아니거든요. 그래서 미국에 존재하는 옛날 메이플을 구성한 프리메이플, 뭐 메이플 로얄스, 메이플 레전드라든지 이런 걸 굉장히 많이 했고, 진짜 오래 했고, 그 다음에 조금 쉬다가 아르테일이라는 이제 어느 정도 그 반정식이라고 해야 되나? 프리 서버는 아니고 뭔가 넥슨과 연관이 있는 옛날 메이플을 구성한 바탕으로 한 서버가 나온다고 했을 때 2004년인가 5년에 한번 해봤던 것 같아요. 아르테일을, 북미 서버. 근데 이건 진짜 별로다. 이 서버는 진짜 별로다 라고 느끼고 접고, 이제 작년 2025년 9월에 한국에 나가서 메이플랜드를 시작했죠. 그리고 메이플랜드는 지금까지 하고 있습니다. 조니님 한입 예고 자퇴하고 미국으로 가서 미국 시민권을 취득한 건가요? 맞습니다. Apart from a VPN, do you need anything extra to play Mapleland outside of Korea? Yes, so apart from VPN, you need you need a Korean account. And in order to make a Korean account, you need to have a Korean social security number and a phone number associated with that social security number, because almost everything in the world now has two-factor authentication, 2FA. And that's the hard part. Getting a VPN is easy. Getting an account is the hard part. 자리가 다 꽉 차 있네요. 이러면은 이제 한 3-4번 정도 돌아봤으니까 여기서 숟갈로 다시 돌아가죠. 사람이 없길 여기는. 여긴 없다. 다행이다. 이제 VPN 끄고 본격적으로 여기서 사냥해 볼게요. 이것도 읽으실 수 있나요? 네, 읽을 수 있습니다. 읽을 수 있습니다. 메이플 레전드도 진행이 잘 되고, 메이플랜드와 비교를 해보자. 자, 제가 이 비교를 주제로 삼아 말을 한 1시간 동안은 떠들 수 있을 거예요. 근데 간단하게 제가 얘기를 해드릴게요. 왜냐면 저를 오랫동안 시청하신 분들은 이미 제가 엄청나게 많이 한 말이라, 뭐라고 해야 되지? 뭐라고 해야 되지? 식상의 반대말. 구식? 하여튼 많이 들어보셨기 때문에. 경쿠 사라졌네. 경쿠씨. 일단 메이플 로얄스, 메이플 레전드, 미국에 존재하는 옛날 메이플 스토리를 바탕으로 한 프리 서버들. 그 서버들 은근히 인기 많습니다. 동점률 그래도 1000명, 2000명 나올 때도 있고, 새벽에도 500명 정도 나오니까 나쁘진 않아요. 나쁘진 않아. 일단 차이점 1은 그거겠고, 메이플랜드나 한국에 존재하는 메이플 플래닛도 그렇고 동점률이 더 높죠. 미국에 있는 프리 서버들보다. 이제 메이플 스토리 클래식이 정식적으로 나오면 말이 달라지긴 하겠지만, 아직까지는 이제 메이플랜드와 메이플 플래닛이 미국에 존재하는 로얄스나 레전드보다 동점률이나 그 플레이어 유저 수가 많다. 둘째, 문화, 게임의 문화. 한국 사람들이 메이플 스토리를 즐기는 방식과 미국 사람들이 메이플 스토리, 그거에서 이제 더 크게 보자면 게임을 즐기는 문화, 방식, 컬처가 아예 달라요. 한국 사람들하고. 미국 사람들은 이게 연결을 짓자면 아마 그냥 사고 방식서부터 게임 밖에 있는 삶의 그 사고 방식, 이런 게 한국 사람들과 많이 다르고, 우리 동양인과 서양인의 차이점이라고, 한편으론 동양인과 서양인의 차이점이죠. 거기에 존재하는 사회들의 차이점인데, 게임을 즐기는 방식이 다릅니다. 일단 한국 사람들은 효율 내는 걸 굉장히 좋아하고 같이 플레이하는 걸 좋아해요. 그래서 똘똘 뭉쳐서 커뮤니티로 제3자의 웹사이트 가서 커뮤니티 포스팅도 하고, 디스코드에서도 말 많이 하고, 사냥터도 구현해서 사람들이 공유해서 같이 쓰고, 좋은 점도 많지만 물론 나쁜 점도 많죠. 그만큼 이제 딱 단단하고 이제 커뮤니티 플레이, 사회가 이제 뭉쳐서 하는 플레이를 좋아하기 때문에 조그만한 이제 큰 일이 나도 굉장히 크게 빨리빨리 퍼지고, 사람들이 그만큼 더 얘기하고, 좋은 점도 있지만 나쁜 점도 명백하게 있다. 그에 비해 북미 사람들은 개인주의, 뭔가 이 시스템에서 그냥 강제적으로 파티 플레이를 시키는 거 아니면 파티 플레이를 안 해요. 북미 사람들은 그냥 나 혼자 하고 말지. 파티 플레이를 왜 해? 다른 사람이랑 말하는 것도 귀찮고, 다른 사람 비유 맞춰야 되고, 이런 게 너무 싫으니까, 그리고 편리함, 이걸 많이 추구하기 때문에 개인 위주로 게임을 많이 합니다. MMORPG도. 그리고 메이플 스토리라는 게임이 파티를 이제 레벨이 낮을 때, 홀리 심볼이 3차 스킬이잖아요. 그래서 1, 2차, 3차 이제 게임을 하다 보면 파티를 하면, 이 계산을 해보면 경험치가 비슷비슷해. 내가 파티를 하던 파티를 안 하던, 내가 먹는 거 절반 쟤한테 가고 제가 먹는 거 절반 나한테 오는 대체적으로 그런 시스템이다 보니까 그렇게 할 이유가 별로 없는 거죠. 미국 사람들한테는. 커뮤니티가 존재한다고 해도 다 옛날 한국 사람들이 메이플 스토리를 플레이하면서 짜놓은 그 구성이지, 서양 사람들, 미국인들이 게임을 플레이하면서 짜는 건 본 적이 없어요. 그리고 이제 메이플 로얄스나 레전드에는 미국 서버라고 하지만 미국이 원래 짬뽕이잖아요. 그래서 거기 가면은 그러니까 인류의 짬뽕, 핫팟이라고 하는데 많은 인종들이 있어가지고, 그래서 프리서버, 메이플 스토리 프리서버 가면 다 백인이나 이게 아니고 거기에 중국인도 있고, 뭐 대만 사람도 있고, 태국 사람도 있고, 베트남 사람도 있고, 말레이시아 사람도 있고, 멕시코에서 온 사람도 있고, 굉장히 많아요. 다양하게. 한국 사람들도 굉장히 많고. 근데 그 차이점은 그거다. 우리 여기 메이플랜드를 하면은 뭐 몇 레벨 여기 가라. 유튜브에 가면 또 나와요. 유튜브에 가면은 어디서 파티 사냥하고 이렇게 하면 경험치 1시간에 여기는 이만큼 받는다, 저기는 저만큼 받는다, 이렇게 잘 되어 있는데 북미 서버들은 그렇지 않다는 거죠. 아르테일, 노스 아메리카, 뭐 북미 영상 치면은 보시면 불독이 포이즌 미스트 깔면서 이게 사냥터, 효율 사냥터다, 거의 이거밖에 없을 거예요. 컨텐츠 분명히 그럴 거야. 불독은 맨날 있는 것 같고, 뭐 한번 볼까요? 어떻게 나오는지. Artale NA MapleStory Worlds. 골프라고 있을 것 같은데. Should you play Artale in 2025? 2025년에 아르테일을 플레이해야 할까요? 파티 사냥 있는지 한번 찾아봅시다. 여기도 지금 시간의 길 1 같은데, 메이플랜드의 전통 레벨 38에서 45 구간 사냥터예요. 혼자 하고 있습니다. 아르텔 피아누스 워리어 3명이서 하고 있네. 전사 3명. 아르테일 파티 그라인드 요즘 있나? 예전엔 없었는데. (1에서 70까지의) 심화의 육성 과정. 어디 보자. 그냥 간단하게 1에서 10까지 몬스터 다 죽여라, 퀘스트 해라. 오케이. 다음 레벨 구간. 여기는 무슨 여기는 개미굴. 여기를 뭐라고 하지? 발굴 지역인가 여기가? 여기서도 이제 혼자 사냥하고, 보면은 같이 하는 사람이 없어. 파티 플레이를 정말 한 번이라도 할지 70까지 안 할 것 같은데 내가 볼 땐. 여기서도 혼자 합니다. 근데 좀 다르게 나왔네. 아, 레벨이 지금 100 시프 밴딧이구나. 하여튼 이런 데 가면은 아르테일에서 우리가 아는 뭐 보어의 땅이라든지 아니면 발굴 위험 지역 거기하고 뭐 개미굴은 근데 이제 사람이 좀 파티하는 것 같아요. 다른 데서 그 개미굴부터 퍼져나가는 사냥터들이 거의 다 이제 솔풀 위주라 거기서의 차이점이 있고 그 두 개가 정말 크죠. 일비 한 개도 못 먹었습니다. 위에 보시면 득템한 게 저게 다예요. GMS vs 메렌이 정말 잘 돼 있죠. 메이플랜드가 정말 잘 돼 있습니다. 서버가 제가 프리 서버하고 이제 정말 많은 걸 해봤어요. 북미에서는 메이플 로얄스, 메이플 레전드, 그리고 이제 아르테일도 해봤고, 한국 서버에서는 이제 메이플랜드를 해보고, 메이플 플래닛은 영상으로 많이 봤는데 요즘 핫해가지고 다 전체적으로 봤을 때 1순위. 옛날 메이플 스토리 구현 잘하고 잘 해놨고, 그리고 이 인게임 UI라든지 깔끔한 디테일링, 조그만한 사소한 디테일링도 물론 아직도 문제가 있고 하지만 메이플랜드가 1순위로 그 세련되게 깔끔하게 잘 구성된 것 같아요. 잔버그 없이. 그 다음 2위는 메이플 플래닛은 안 해봐서 모르겠는데 일단 2위 말고 꼴찌는 알아. 꼴찌는 아르테일. 와, 북미 섭 아르테일 진짜 버그 투성입니다. 버그 투성이에요. UI도 정말 별로고 다 별로야 아르테일. 테섭 2.0 해봤나요? 아직 안 해봤어요. 몬스터 카니발 있습니다. 아, 자꾸 킁킁거려서 죄송합니다. 제가 감기 걸려서. 테스업 좀 해주면 안 되냐. 고려해보겠습니다. 별로 하고 싶지가 않아요. 땡기지가 않아. 스타요? 스타 저번에 방송에서 한번 했는데 창피했습니다. 그러니까 스타를 일반 미국인보다는 잘하는데 한 평균 조금 이하일 거예요 아마. 한국 사람들과 비교해봤을 땐. 스타도 엄청 많이 하고 오래 했는데 스타는 이상하게 잘하기 힘들어요. 이상하게 뭔가 맨날 쫓기는 느낌으로 해서 그런지 막 떨려. 스타 할 때 손이 떨리고요. 생각이 많아지고 좀 이제 그러면 안 되는데 스타 할 때만 뭔가 떨립니다 자꾸. 제 친척형은 제 친척형은 롤하면서도 손을 떨거든요. 근데 나는 그 정도까지는 아닌데 친척형이 저하고 친척 동생이 맨날 놀리는 게 친척형이 롤을 할 때나 게임을 할 때마다 이 사소한 이제 막 리신 Q 날릴 때나 앨리스의 고치를 날릴 때 그 정말 아무것도 아닌 그때마다 날릴 때마다 이렇게 막 진짜 이 정도로 막 이렇게 떨어요. 날릴 때마다. 그래서 키보드도 탁탁 치고. 원래 그러니까 이게 무슨 장애가 있어서 그런 게 아니고 그 형이 게임할 때마다 긴장을 엄청 많이 해요. 스타 할 때도 똑같이 엄청나게 요란하게 막 팔 발발 떨면서 하는데 이게 왜 그런 건지. 어렸을 때부터 그랬으니까 뭐 루게릭병 그런 건 아닐 테고 습관처럼 돼 있는 것 같은데 약간. 중요한 순간에 그런 사람들 맞아. 중요한 순간에 약간 막 떱니다. 그 형도. 왜냐면 앨리스는 고치를 못 맞히면은 그냥 바로 이제 죽을 수 있어가지고 고치가 굉장히 중요한 스킬인데 리신 음파도 그렇고 참 웃겨요. 안녕하세요. 헬로. 오케이. 별이원님 시청자이십니다. 와, 인기도 높으시네. 고맙습니다. 본매도 정보나 그런 거 보시나요? 본매는 아예 안 보죠. 관심이 사라진 지 많이 오래됐죠, 본매는. 우무할레님 안녕하세요. 시간이 많이 흘러 유리구두를 지나 100시간 정도는 걸릴 것 같아요. 지금 느낌은. 이게 왜 더 그러냐면 이게 왜 제가 이제 생각해보니까 유리구두 할 때도 똑같이 이거는 진짜 버그다. 퀘스트 버그다. 그래서 안 나오는 것 같다 이런 생각을 진짜 많이 했거든요. 진짜 16시간 찍을 때도 한 번 했던 것 같고 20시간, 25시간 그때는 거의 그냥 포기하고 여기서 이제 뭐 나올 때까지 나오면 이제 어느 순간에 그 마인드가 바뀌었냐면 한 25시간 정도 때 그래 안 나오면은 그것도 레전드지 100시간 했는데 안 나오면은 그것도 이제 방송 보는 사람들 입장에서도 즐겁고 컨텐츠도 되니까 그래 나올 때 갈 때까지 해보자 마인드였는데 일비는 약간 자꾸 보시는 분들이 오셔가지고 내 친척 동생은 140시간 만에 나왔다. 저는 난파선 가서 250시간 만에 샤프 먹었습니다. 이런 분들이 계셔가지고 그게 멘탈로 힘들어요. 조금. 아 그럼 몇 시간을 해야 되지? 근데 이것도 이제 많이 하면 할수록 보는 사람들도 신기해하고 위에 있는 득템은 쌓여만 가니까 어떻게든 빛을 찾고 있습니다. 빛을. 좋은 점을. 근데 약간 반 농담 삼아 한 말이고 미니 팟캐스트 진행하고 여러분들하고 소통하고 하다 보면 금방 갑니다. 시간은 금방 가요. (2층에서는) 안 나오죠. 일비는 1층에서만 나와요. 피나카 먹고 직작해달라. 피나카보다 좀 더 우선적인 것들이 있기 때문에 제가 피나카도 하고 싶기는 하지만 네, 그 일비는 여기 있는 검은색 양들한테만 염소인가 얘네가? 양이죠 양? 아닌가? 염소인가? 염소가 이렇게 뚱뚱할 수가 있나? 아 근데 뚱뚱한 염소도 있기는 해요. 약간 색깔이 까무잡잡하니까 염소겠죠? 버크가 그냥 양이고 하여튼 일비는 이 까만색 애들이 줘요. 듀얼 버크가 듀버 양일 거다. 근데 양 블랙쉽도 있기는 해. 맞아. 이게 왜 염소일 수도 있냐? 염소라고 생각했냐? 그거 아시죠? 염소가 많은 그 종교에서 특히 서양권에 존재하는 종교에서 그 염소의 존재는 사탄의 존재로 많이 쓰이거든요. 염소가 되게 안 좋은 그걸 가지고 있어요. 근데 얘네 염소들을 보면 일단 피부가 까무잡잡하고 뭔가 양의 반대인 양은 순한 그걸 의미하잖아요. 나의 양들이여 뭐 이러면서. 근데 염소는 아니거든. 그래서 뭔가 나만의 이제 연결고리를 새기는 걸 수도 있겠지만 위에 있는 양은 버크 흰색, 밑에 있는 듀얼 버크는 염소 검은색. 거기다가 왜 그게 더 그렇게 생각이 되냐? 악마의 꼬리와 날개를 가지고 있어요. 아 근데 보니까 버크도 가지고 있네. 날개는 악마의 날개같이. 아 아닌가 봅니다. 오늘은 디스코드에서 대화하시나요? 아 맞아. 염소 눈동자는 일자니까 맞아. 염소 눈동자가 다르긴 하죠. 제가 그 스코티님도 디스코드에서 미니 팟캐스트 참가자로 나오고 싶다고 하셔서 진행을 할 건데 다음 주부터는 이거를 매일은 못할 것 같고 아마 다음 주서부터는 일주일에 2번 할지 3번 할지 고민을 하고 있는데 아마 스케줄을 잡아가지고 그렇게 진행할 것 같아요. 왜냐면 그렇게 안 하고 그냥 막무가내로 매일 하게 되면은 일단 시청자분들이랑 대화를 아예 못하게 되고, 그거는 생방이 아니고 거의 녹음 방송이랑 비슷하니까. 모델 그리스에서 트래지디가 염소 플러스 노래하다. 그래요. 장비 스펙 볼 수 있나요? 잠깐 보여드리겠습니다. 대단한 건 아니지만 금이간 안경, 이고리, 피나카, 호루스의 눈, 다크 배틀로드, 메이플 망토. 이것도 바꿔야 되겠다. 도깨비 망토 끼고 있습니다. 데미지는 다크 엠페러, 그리고 레벨 100 신발 이렇게 끼고 있습니다. 별거 없어요. Hey Lucian, what's going on, man? Yeah, I'm definitely down. So 스코티님하고 루시안 두 분 이제 미니 팟캐스트 식으로 미니 팟캐스트 진행해 볼게요. Lucian, when do you want to go? Do you have time to wait 30 minutes or do you have to do it now? What about you? 스카티님은 지금 시간이 좀 충분하신지 아니면 먼저 하고 싶으신지. Who is more urgent? 스코티님이랑 먼저 진행할까요? I think I'll do it with Scotty first because he came asking earlier. 오케이, 스코티님이랑 먼저 진행을 해볼게요. 스코티님 디스코드 아이디 올려주시면 제가 친추 보내겠습니다. 붕어는 나중에 잡고 싶어요. 일비 직접 캐고 있습니다. 지금이 처음이죠. 다 첫 경험입니다. 일비 캐는 건. Okay, give me a second. Let me find you. 잠시 화장실 좀요. 시작하기 전에. 오케이. 진웅님 제가 그 디스코드로 초대 드릴게요. 준비 되시면 들어오셔서 그냥 게이밍 로비로 들어오셔서 들리십니까? 안녕하세요, 진욱님. 반갑습니다. 시작하기 전에 잠깐 진욱씨 자기 소개해 주시고 시청자분들한테 알리고 싶은 것만, 편하신 것만 간단하게 자기 소개해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 잠시만요. 지금 이 디스코드 소리가 안 들어가고 있어서 코드 소리 켜고 다시 할게요. 왜 안 뜰까? 잠시만요. 자, 일단 이렇게 해볼게요. 그럼 잠깐 얘기해 보시겠습니까?
제 말 들리시나요?
네, 이제 잘 들리실 거예요.
네네, 알겠습니다.
다시 시작할게요.
예.
원식씨래. 진욱씨.
예.
정신이 없네. 진욱씨 잠깐 이제 미니 팟캐스트 시리즈를 진행해 볼 텐데 시청자분들한테 간단한 자기소개 한번 해주시면 감사할 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 저는 진욱이고 한국 사람이고요. 네. 본가는 부산이지만 현재는 지금 해외에서 거주 중입니다. 해외에서 거주 중이고 메이플 스토리는 이제 뭐 빅뱅 이전 메이플 스토리는 뭐 옛날에 했었고 해적 출시 이전까지 메이플 하다가 메이플은 안 했는데 이제 한 1, 2년 전에 본 메이플 스토리, 지금 메이플 랜드 말고 본 메이플 스토리는 조금 했었습니다. 그렇습니다. 여기까지면 충분할 것 같습니다. 자기소개는.
지금 어디 살고 해외에 거주한다고 하셨는데 어디 거주하셨는지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
중남미.
북남미.
중남미.
중남미.
예.
Central America.
사우스 아메리카죠. 네. 사우스 아메리카.
사우스 아메리카. 오케이.
네.
그럼 거기 중남미를 가게 된 계기는 뭐죠?
처음에는 이제 자원봉사식으로 갔습니다. 자원봉사식으로 갔는데 이제 좀 여기서 그때가 코로나 시즌이었거든요. 코로나 시즌이어서 여기에 강제로 갇혀 있었어요. 한 1년 반 정도. 그러다가 뭐 코로나 이후에 뭐 한국 돌아왔다가 다시 왔다가 여기 다시 오고 이거 반복하다가 지금은 결혼을 했습니다.
그렇구나.
예.
코로나에 갇혀 있었을 때 그때는 좀 정말 생각만 해도 힘들었을 것 같은데.
사실 근데 제가 힘들긴 했지만 여기 자원봉사할 때 사장님이 한국 분이셔서 도움을 많이 주셔가지고 버틸만 했습니다.
다행히도 그래도 한국인 커뮤니티가 있는 곳으로 가셨나봐요.
한 명이에요. 한국.
단 한 명.
단 한 명. 네. 그래도 한 명이라도 있어서 저는 괜찮았죠. 네. 잘 대해주시고 그래서 나쁘진 않았습니다. 네.
맞아. 그 한 명이든 커뮤니티든 한 명이든 다른 사람 한국 사람 한 명이라도 있는 게 많이 도움이 돼요. 저도 마찬가지로 미국 처음 왔을 때 이제 한국 교회를 가면은 거기 있는 그 담임 목사님이 많이 도와주고 챙겨주고 했거든요. 지금 돌이켜 보면 저를 이제 피아노 그 반주를 시키면서 매달 용돈 주듯이 피아노를 좀 멋지게 치는 건 아니었는데 간단한 코드 정도 그렇게 치는 걸 지금 생각해 보니까 그냥 용돈을 챙겨주고 싶으셔서 좋은 마음으로 시킨 거구나. 맞아. 한국 사람들이 그래 한 명이라도 있으면 도움이 많이 됩니다.
그런 것 같습니다.
그럼 지금은 이제 그 해외에서 거주하시면서 결혼까지 해서 자리를 잡으신 건가요?
반 자리를 잡았죠. 근데 한국이랑 왔다 갔다 할 생각으로 지금은 살고 있습니다. 앞으로 어떻게 될지는 모르겠지만 그럴 것 같아요, 제 생각엔. 예.
그리고 이제 메이플 스토리 이야기로 넘어가 보자면
예.
메이플 스토리 옛날 메이플은 해적 나오기 전에 빅뱅 전 메이플 스토리를 조금 했고 최근에는 본매를 좀 하셨다라고 하셨죠.
예.
본매는 마지막으로 한 게 언제죠?
올해 초까지 했습니다. 본 메이플 스토리.
메이플랜드가 본 메이플 해외에서 하시는 거면 한국 서버는 아닐 테고.
한국 서버 GMS 둘 다 했어요. 둘 다.
그렇구나. 한국 서버는 근데 로그인 하기가 좀 까다롭지 않으셨을까? VPN 키고 해야 되니까.
인터넷 문제 때문에 좀 튕기는 경우도 많고 해서 제가 그래서 GMS를 했어요. 원래는 한국 메이플 스토리를 먼저 하다가 너무 좀 반응도 느리고 펫이 매소 먹는 게 한 1초 뒤에 먹더라고요.
그쵸.
그래서 좀 불편해서 GMS로 했습니다. 그때는.
저는 GMS를 해본 지 굉장히 오래됐는데 그리고 진욱 씨는 본 메이플 스토리의 그 게임 플레이가 좀 더 성향에 맞으신가요? 막 이제 저 같은 메이플랜드 스트리머나 유튜브 컨텐츠 보면 답답하다 이렇게 느끼시거나 이런 거.
답답하다 이런 느낌보다는 아무래도 옛날 메이플 스토리들, 메이플랜드 이런 게 미래가 정해져 있는 느낌이어가지고 그냥 다시 제가 무엇을 해야 할지 그게 눈에 보이는 느낌이 있어서 장기간으로 하기는 좀 마음에 잘 안 들어오더라고요. 메이플랜드를 하긴 조금 했지만 그래서 장기간으로 하기에는 본 메이플 스토리가 좀 더 낫다고 생각해서 본 메이플 스토리를 좀 더 열심히 했습니다. 뭔가 한쪽이 재미있다 없다 보다는 그냥 장기적인 지속성 때문에 본 메이플 스토리를 했던 것 같아요.
저도 많이 생각이 요즘 드는 게 이제 진욱 씨가 말한 것처럼 미래가 어느 정도 이제 짜여진 틀에서 그러니까 이미 그 짜여진 틀 그게 있잖아요. 메이플랜드는 본매를 따라가는 식으로 가는데 과연 저도 생각해 하는 게 텐시아가 과연 다른 틀을 자기들만의 틀을 틀어가지고 메이플 스토리가 빅뱅까지는 그대로 가나 그 이후에 과연 자기만의 길을 열지 아니면 그냥 쭉 이대로 본매를 뒤따라가는 그런 몇 버전이 아니라 거의 10년, 20년 전 뒤처진 버전으로 그냥 진행이 되는 건지 좀 궁금하긴 한데 개인적으로 안 그랬으면 좋겠죠. 자기만의 길을 갔으면 좋겠는데 그게 이제 어려운 거니까.
그렇죠. 그렇게는 사람의 개인의 능력도 좀 봐야 되고 그런데 이게 될지 잘 모르겠네요.
그럼 본매에서는 어느 직업을 하셨나요? 레벨 몇?
본매에서는 이제 한국에서는 일리움하고 나이트워커 했었습니다.
레벨 몇 각자?
280, 275까지 찍었죠.
오, 굉장히 높은 레벨 아닌가요? 300이 만렙이니까.
만렙인데 이제 최근에 이제 너무 쉬워져서 최근에는 이제 시즌 한 번 끝나면은 찍을 수 있는 레벨 정도는 됩니다. 이 정도는.
그래요?
저는 이제 한 2년 전부터 꾸준히 조금씩 해서 한 거라서 제 개인적으로는 만족하는 레벨이지만 아마 남들이 보기에는 저랩일 거예요. 네.
그 본선 메이플에 궁금한 것들이 좀 있긴 한데 그 본선 메이플은 275, 285까지 키우면서 파티 사냥을 하는지
이제
옛날같이
본선 메이플은 맵 하나를 한 명이 독차지해서 사냥합니다. 한 명이 그 맵을 다 쓸어버리는 게 사냥의 기준이에요. 혼자서 쓸어버릴 수 있는지 없는지.
한 번에 그냥 혼자서.
네. 한 번 젠 타임 한 번마다 그걸 다 쓸어버려야 돼요 혼자서.
그 예전에 보니까 어느 직업은 가만히 서서 그냥 무슨 소환하는 건가? 막 무기 같은 것들을 맵에 소환한 다음에 그냥 가만히 서 있던데. 진짜입니까?
요즘은 그게 공용 스킬로 전 직업이 다 지원됩니다. 설치해서
공용 스킬이에요.
네, 공용 스킬로 지원이 됐습니다. 원래는 없었는데 한 2년 전에 추가됐어요 그게.
아니 내가 그걸 왜 웃냐면 나는 그 이제 새로 나온 직업에 엄청나게 사냥 편하게 해주려고 사람들 유입하려고 너무 심하게 편리해서 게임을 그냥 관람? 의자 뒤로 제낀 다음에 관람 모드 들어가는 그런 직업을 내놓았나 했는데 이게 공용 스킬이다. 모든 직업이 다 그렇게 할 수 있다.
예, 전 직업이 가능합니다. 전 직업이 넷플릭스 보면서 게임 해라고 줬죠.
아 재밌네. 아 그런 거 보시면 진욱님은 어떤 생각이 드나요? 저 같은 사람은 그냥 제 얘기를 먼저 할게요. 저는 그런 거 보면은 이제는 게임을 하는 게 아니라 그냥 게임을 게임 자체가 게임을 하는 나는 그냥 옆에서 지켜보는 너무 편해서 그게.
네네네 맞습니다.
진욱님은 어떤 생각이 들어요? 그런 거 보면?
저도 개인적으로 굉장히 동감은 하는데 저는 적응을 해버렸죠. 적응을 해버렸기 때문에 그냥 그러려니 하고 갔는데 저도 솔직히 손맛이라는 기준으로는 메이플랜드식이 옛날 메이플식이 훨씬 더 좋다고 생각합니다. 개인적으로.
그렇구나. 저도 그런 거 보면은 좀 웃기기도 하고
네네네.
많은 생각이 드는 것 같아요. 하여튼 맞아. 이제 메이플랜드는 확실히 사람들이랑 모여서 불편함을 감수하고 또 같이 이제 수동적으로 어느 정도는 수동적으로 물론 펫이 물약도 먹어주고 다 하지만
네네.
어느 적으로 이제 어느 정도에 한해 수동적인 게 좋은 것 같아요. 저는.
네 맞습니다. 저도
메이플랜드가 진짜 그 메이플 스토리가 여기서 어떻게 될지 궁금해요.
저도 궁금한데 제 생각에는 시즌 제로 초기화를 하든지 아니면 결국엔 본 메이플을 따라가든지 둘 중 하나가 되지 않을까 싶어서 잘 모르겠네요. 저는.
아니 메이플랜드 말고요. 메이플 스토리 본섭이 여기서 어떻게 더 진행이 될지 어떻게 진화를 할지.
그냥 계속해서 그냥 무한대로 올라가지 않을까요? 그냥 한 대 치면은 그 데미지가 100억대, 1000억대. 지금이 999억이 맥시멈으로 기억하는데 제 기억 9999인가? 그게 한 대 때리면은 그게 몇백억이 나오는데 그게 전 맵을 다 뒤엎거든요. 그냥 숫자가 무한대로 올라가지 않을까 생각합니다.
숫자가
네.
그러니까 화면 왼쪽에서 오른쪽을 다 덮는다.
그러니까 보통 광역기로 하죠 사냥을. 아니면 설치기. 그 설치기 한 번에 그 맵 전체가 쓸리는데 그거 하나하나가 몇백억 몇천억의 데미지가 모든 전 맵의 다 뒤엎죠. 그냥 몬스터 다 들어가니까. 그러면은 앞으로 맥시멈 데미지가 더 뚫릴 거고 그럼 조단위 경단위로 언젠가는 올라가지 않을까 생각합니다. 저는.
네, 어이가 없어서 웃기네요. 어이가 없어서.
네.
그럼 저도 이제 메이플 이 방송을 시작하고 나서 알고리즘에 한국 영상들이 많이 떠요. 제 알고리즘에. 원래 안 그랬는데. 하여튼 요즘 그 유튜브 영상 홈페이지 가면은 본썸 메이플 스토리 플레이 영상 올리시는 분들이 간혹가다 보여서 그냥 그 궁금증을 해소하기 위해서 들어가서 보는데 와 진짜 완전 다른 게임이에요. 진짜 완전 다른 게임. 숫자 덮이는 거나 이 지금 진욱 씨가 말하는 것처럼 똑같이 숫자가 전 화면을 다 뒤덮고 뭐가 벌어지고 있는지도 잘 모르겠어. 솔직히 무슨 일이 벌어지고 있는지도. 하여튼
그렇죠. 그래서 그 스킬 이펙트가 보스를 할 때 이제 스킬 이펙트를 켜면은 보스가 안 보여요. 그래서 스킬 이펙트를 투명으로 만들어야 돼요. 그게 조절이 가능한데 옵션에서 스킬 이펙트가 거의 안 보이거든요. 그러면은 저 처음에는 이펙트를 켜고 했거든요. 그럼 무슨
네.
재미냐고. 이펙트 끄면은 근데 보스가 안 보이니까 강제로 끌 수밖에 없더라고요.
디자인의 허점이네요. 그쵸?
그렇죠. 네.
아쉽네.
디자인은 뭐 그렇습니다.
맞아. 잠깐만. 이펙트가 없으면은 모든 직업이 다
네.
똑같아지는데?
그러니까
비주얼적으로
이펙트가
차이가
거의-
없으면.
이펙트를 제가 맥시멈으로 낮췄을 때 진짜 거의 투명하게 보이거든. 살짝 보여요. 그림자처럼.
음.
그게 전부입니다. 네.
아, 그걸 보고 플레이 하시는
아예
거예요?
네.
대단하시네.
네.
일단
그래서
대단한
이제-
건 대단한 거예요. 뭐냐면 그거
네.
보스 할 때 이펙트 그렇게 줄이고 하고 그거 스트레스 많이 받을 것 같은데 게임하면서.
네. 그래서 매주 목요일이 스트레스 받는 날이어서 요즘 메이플 안 합니다. 네.
재밌으시네 진웅님.
제가 재밌는 것보다는 지금 메이플 스토리 상황이 재밌는 게 아닐까 싶어서요.
근데 설명해 주시는 진웅님도 너무 웃겨요.
아유 감사합니다.
그럼 진웅님은 본선 메이플 스토리에 바라는 점, 지금 내가 메이플 스토리라는 게임을 매니아 정도는 아니지만 몇 년간 해오셨잖아요.
네네네.
그럼 분명히 진웅님만 이제 저희 메이플 스토리를 안 해본 사람들과는 다르게 진웅님만
네.
알고 있는 메이플 스토리의 본섭의 허점이라든지 아니면 이건 좀 아쉽다 이런 거 좀 개편됐으면 좋겠다 하는 게 있는지.
그냥 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 그 데미지 단위를 조경으로 올리지 말고 그냥 잘라버리는 게 좋지 않을까 싶습니다. 그러니까
한번
GM
초기화하는 거.
네. 그러니까 GMS에서는 숫자를 짧게 1.1 밀리언, 1.1 빌리언 이런 식으로 나오거든요. 짧게. 근데 지금 한국 메이플 스토리는 만, 억 이런 식으로 쭉쭉 올라가지고 너무 길어요. 데미지가. 좀 GMS처럼 좀 짧게 해주든가 아니면 제가 말한 것처럼 데미지를 아예 새로 하든가 그런 방식이 전 좋지 않을까 싶습니다.
여기 이제 채팅을 보니까 질문이 올라왔는데 메이플랜드에서 데미지 시청자분이 메이플랜드에서는 데미지 1만을 찍었을 때 한 100을 넘었었다. 근데 너무 즐겁고 행복했었는데 본섭에서는 1만 데미지 나오려면 레벨 몇 정도 되면 1만이 나올까요?
그 레벨 10부터 1만 나올 텐데 몇천 나올 텐데 10인가 20인가.
레벨 10부터?
근데 그런
아니
점은
이건 너무 빠른 거 아니에요? 레벨 10부터는 저도 그래도
그러니까
아니
처음에
저도 본섭 메이플을 7년 전에 해봤는데 레벨
네.
10대는 많아봤자 몇백밖에 안 나오던데 크리 뜨고 많이 나온다고요?
10에 딱 전직하면은 그 기본 스킬들이 10에서 30 사이에서 기본 스킬들이 이미 한 2타 3타 때리거든요. 광역으로 기본 스킬들이 가장 기본 스킬. 근데 그거 하나하나가 몇 천이 나오니까 그럼 만 정도 나오지 않을까 싶네요. 10에서
다 합치면
네.
맞아 다 합치면 그럴 수도 있지.
네.
깜짝 놀랐네. 난 한 방 한 방에 10,000원이 많이 나온다고 해가지고.
근데 한 방 만도 30은 충분할 겁니다. 아마.
30
30이면. 네.
맞는 것 같아요. 30 정도.
네. 그래서 뭐
그런 것들이 좀 아쉽다. 이제 데미지가 너무 크고 화면이 잘 안 보이고. 왜냐면
네,
본선 메이플은 정말 그
네.
이펙트가 화려하고 뇌가 마비 올 정도로 그래픽이 엄청 인텐스하고 많은데 그런 걸 축소시켜야 한다는 게 게임을 플레이하기 위해서 그거는 너무 큰 감점이긴 한 것 같아.
네.
저도 제가 생각해도 메이플 스토리를 해보지 않았는데도 충분히 이해되고 공감할 만한 허점인 것 같아요. 그럼 이제 우리 자꾸 원식 씨라고 하려고 하는데 진욱 씨 이제 가기 전에
네.
마지막 질문이 있는데
네.
지난 2달간 근심 걱정, 즉 해외에 거주하시면서 해외에 사는 건 얘기를 많이 못했네. 메이플 스토리 얘기가 너무 재밌어서 하여튼 지난 2달간 잠들려고 이제 침대에 누우면 많이 생각나는 근심 걱정이라든지 아무 걱정이 있으신지 아니면 요즘은 행복한 나날을 살며 추후
네.
둘 다 이거 진행해봤는데 그냥 둘 다 얘기해주는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 너무
네.
한쪽만 고르라고 하지 말고 이제 지난 2달간 근심 걱정이 있는지 아니면 그리고 그 뒤에 이제 미래 2년 향후를 바라봤을 때
네.
행복한 생각이라든지 뭐 바라고 있는 거라든지 흥분되는 게 있다든지.
예, 저는 이거를 조니님 생방송 때 한 몇 달 전에 글로 써서 질문을 한 적이 있는데, 제가 이제 해외에서 결혼했고 저는 한국인이지만 저희가 아들이 있습니다. 그리고 아들은 혼혈입니다. 아들은 혼혈이고 아무래도 저는 아들 걱정이 제일 큰 편이에요. 왜냐하면 저는 완전 100% 한국인이고요. 저희 아들은 100% 한국인이 아니니까 혼혈이다 보니 아들이 가지게 될 정체성의 문제, 그리고 또 이중 언어 교육, 이거를 제가 굉장히 요즘 신경을 많이 쓰고 있어요. 어떤 식으로 해야 될지. 그래서 조니님 제가 처음에 조니님을 봤을 때 외국인이라고 생각했거든요. 처음에 그냥 영상 딱 봤을 때. 그런데 두 번째로 다시 보니까 뭔가 다른 것 같다는 느낌이 들었는데, 그래서 제가 질문하니까 혼혈이라고 하시더라고요. 그래서 제가 혼혈 아이 아버지인데 저조차도 사람들을 볼 때 나하고 다른 점만을 보는데 남들이 우리 아들을 볼 때는 어떨까라는 생각을 자주 하게 됩니다. 그래서 제가 제일 질문 드리고 싶은 게, 아이가 정체성의 문제가 있을 때 제가 이해할 수 없고 공감할 수 없는 부분을 제가 어떻게 대답을 해줘야 될지를 잘 모르겠습니다. 제가 뭐 예를 들어 학교에서 문제가 있었다 그러면은 그냥 때려 패라 아니면 무시해라 이렇게 말을 할 수는 없는 일이지 않겠습니까? 그래서 제가 어떻게 대답을 해야 될지 좀 질문을 하고 싶습니다. 네.
저한테 이제 좀 질문을 하고 싶다.
네.
그 시기가 오면은 좀 근데 그 말하시는 게 공감이 갑니다. 왜냐면 저도 한 아이의 아빠로서 그런 걱정을 많이 하고, 아까는 언어 공부도 얘기하시고 하셨는데 이제 제 아들도 분명히 저랑 비슷하게 이제 저를 많이 닮아가지고 아들이
네.
사람들이 많이 물어볼 것 같아요. 너 어디서 온 사람이냐? 너 누가 보면은 라틴 계열, 누가 보면 중동 사람, 누가 보면 동남아 사람. 한국 사람은 확실히 아닌 것 같고, 한국 사람들 눈에는. 그래서 그런 게 오게 될 때 이제 솔직히 저도 잘 모르겠습니다. 저는 아기 때 견뎌낸 방법이 이제 이게 걱정을 많이 하지만 사실 겪어본 바로는 착한 애들도 엄청 많기 때문에 학교에서 그 다른 점을 많이 많이 이제 부각시키고 가지고 얘기도 많이 하려고 하고, 아니면 놀리는 애들이 있다면 그런 아닌 애들이 엄청 많기 때문에 이제 그런 애들도 있기 때문에 그런 애들과 잘 어울려가지고 친구를 아드님이 사귈 수 있는 게 이제 가장 중요하긴 하겠죠. 제가 볼 때는 그럴 것 같아요. 미국에서 저도 생활할 때 저를 괴롭히는 애들이나 좀 안 좋게 보는 애들이 있다면 나를 그렇지 않은 애들과 뭐 축구라는 스포츠를 통해서 연결고리가 생겨서 같이 지내던 애들도 있었고, 아니면 다른 활동을 하면서 만난 친구들과 이제 지내고 새기면서 그런 생각을 안 하게끔, 나의 다른 점을 이제 생각을 안 하게끔 그랬던 것 같고, 저도 솔직히 이제 답변 드리기가 너무 힘든 것 같아요. 왜냐면 이게 너무 어려운 질문이라.
알겠습니다.
그리고 이제
이중언어 교육은 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이중어 교육, 저는 그냥 저희 엄마가 저한테 해줬던 식으로 하고 있는데 일단 얘기는 말은 한국말로 많이 하고
예.
지금 이제 1살 반인데 이제 물건을 가리키면 한국말로 얘기하고 영어로 얘기하다가도 이제 한국말로 최대한 소통을 하며 귀에 익게끔 한국말이 그런 식으로 하고 있고, 그리고 포스터 같은 거 집에 다 달아놔가지고 애기 눈높이에 돌아다니면서 포스터에 있는 동물이라든지 모양이라든지 그런 걸 이제 애기한테 관심을 많이 주고 사랑을 많이 주면서 같이 놀면서 노는 시간이 더 중요하고, 왜냐면 애기가 가르쳐 주려고 하면 싫어해요. 떼쓰고. 집중을 할 수 있는 시간이 굉장히 짧은데 집중을 할 수 있을 때마다 간간히 이제 놀면서 애기랑 축구공도 차고 레슬링도 하고 뭐 이런 숨바꼭질도 하면서 밥 먹을 때 틈틈이 가르쳐 준다든지, 아니면 놀면서도 그냥 틈틈이 내 눈을 가리키면서 아빠 눈, 아빠 코 이렇게 이 틈틈이 찾아서 꾸준히 한국말을 쓰고 있거든요. 일로 와, 앉아, 안 돼, 이런 애기들이 이해할 만한 그런 단어들을 시작하고 있고, 이제 나이가 먹을수록 얘기 좀 끊어서 한 단어씩 말하는 것보다는 나이가 먹을수록 최대한 그 올바른 한국어 표준어를 써가면서 존댓말도 넣어가지고 길게 얘기하면서 늘릴 생각입니다. 그리고 이제 나이가 좀 더 먹으면 우리 진욱님도 얘기하신 것처럼 한국에서 지금 사시는 곳과 왔다 갔다 하면서 하시고 싶다고 하셨잖아요.
예.
저도 마찬가지로 아기를 위해서 한국에 나가가지고 유치원도 보내고 할 생각이에요.
예. 알겠습니다. 결론은 그냥 아이 사랑해주고 유대감 계속 쌓고 계속 대화하는 식으로 그냥 정석이네요.
네.
그대로만 하면은. 예.
저는 그게 이제 사랑을 주는 게 제일 많이 관심하고 사랑을 많이 주는 게 제일 최우선인 것 같아요. 요즘 너무 많은 부모들이 제 주변에도 이제 나이 젊은 부모들을 보면 애기 있는데 핸드폰을 너무 많이 만지는 것 같아. 저도 똑같고 내가 내 자신을 돌이켜봤을 때 지금 핸드폰 하면 안 되지 깜빡깜빡합니다. 애기가 내 앞에 있는데. 그래서 그런 생각을 많이 하고 핸드폰을 잠깐 치운 다음에 최대한 신경 써가면서, 이게 너무 습관화가 되어버려가지고 나도 핸드폰을 자꾸 보게 되거든요. 근데 이제 그걸 저 멀리 뒀고 애기랑 있을 때는 최대한 눈 마주쳐가면서 애기와 교배라고 하나요? 교배라고 하죠. 교배를 하면서 얘기도 많이 하고 쳐다보면서 교류인가? 많이 그러니까 애기랑 영어로는 spending quality of time.
네.
그런 걸 이제 하면서 이제 시간을 보내는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 그 뒤로는 이제 조금씩 교육시하고.
알겠습니다. 혹시 마지막으로 질문을 하고 싶은데 아내분이 한국어를 하시나요?
와이프는 한국어 안 해요.
한국어를 못 하나요? 앞으로 한국어를 교육하실 생각은 없으신가요? 아내분은?
와이프는 자기가 하고 싶다고 하기는 하는데, 그러니까 제가 나서서 교육시켜 줄 것 같지는 않고, 그거는 이제 싸울 것 같아요. 나중에 가면. 솔직히 말하면.
예. 알겠습니다.
괜히 그 한국말 가르쳐 준다고 왜 이렇게 너 왜 숙제 안 했냐고, 똑바로 하라고, 제대로 하라고 이런 말 나올 것 같으니까 자기가 배우고 싶으면 학원은 보내줄 수 있는데 내가 직접 가르치진 않는다.
예. 알겠습니다. 예.
네, 진욱님 참가해 주셔서 고맙고 나중에도 통화할 수 있으면 좋을 것 같아요. Let's catch up later.
네, catch up later. 네, 그러면은 다음엔 또 더 재밌는 메이플 이야기를 할 수 있으면 좋겠네요. 네.
예, 알겠습니다.
막 이야기들 말고 예.
예, 재밌는 얘기 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다. 네.
교감. 세계 언어 제일 헷갈리는 게 교류, 교배, 교감. 교감이 맞는 말이지. 교감. 감성을 교환하다. 뭐 약간 이런 느낌? 지금 진욱님한테 너무 미안한 게 갑자기 생각이 너무 많아졌어요. 내가 마지막에 이 질문을 하셨는데 지금 이 질문을 하시는데 갑자기 생각든 게 이러면은 이렇게 진행하면 안 될 것 같다 이런 생각이 확 드는 거예요. 그게 뭐냐, 나는 그냥 이 질문을 하는 사람한테 요즘 근심 걱정이 뭐냐, 그리고 차후의 미래를 내다봤을 때 뭐가 기대되고 흥분되냐 이 얘기를 했을 때 그 사람의 마인드를 조금 더 알아보려고, 그리고 그 사람이 이제 느끼는 속에 깊이 있는 걱정들이 우리와 과연 많이 연관성이 있는지 많이들 그렇게 느껴서 덜 외로움을 타게, 그런 걸 원했는데, 그리고 이제 미래에 기대되는 게 있다면 다 같이 이제 바라보는 미래는 똑같은지 아니면 각각 사람들이 바라보는 미래는 다 다른지 이런 걸 보고 싶었는데, 하다 보니까 자꾸 느끼는 게 이거 뭔가 이상해지네. 내가 이제 조언을 해주는 자리가 자연스럽게 놓여지니까 갑자기 이제 생각이 많아지는 거예요. 이게 조니와 고민 상담, 무슨 내가 전문가처럼, 전문가도 아니어서 그런 거 조언해주기가 이제 나만의 개인 경험을 통해서 얘기해줄 수는 있지만, 뭔가 위치가 지금 틀이 잡혀지는 게 프레이밍이 사람들을 초대해서 조니한테 고민 상담하기, 이게 되니까 이게 되는 것 같아가지고 생각이 잠시 많아졌어요. 그래서 이제 질문 답해드리는 거는 물론 저만의 경험이 있고, 제가 아이덴티티 크라이시스를 겪어본 적도 있고, 한국에서 절반, 미국에서 절반, 그리고 지금까지 성장하면서 정말 많은 탈을 써보기도 했고, 그래서 그런 거에 어느 정도 제가 노하우가 있지 않을까 해서, 아니면 나는 어떻게 견뎌냈네 해가지고 물어보신 것 같은데, 잠시 생각이 많아졌습니다, 제가. 그래서 대답을 좀 신중하게 못 드렸네요. 확실하게 더 드릴 수 있었는데. 스코티님, 네, 저도 좋았습니다. 참여해주셔서 감사합니다. Hey Fusion, are you still here? Oh, Lucian. Sorry, not Fusion. Lucian. Yeah, if you want to give me your Discord, I'll send you an ad. And then we'll start from there whenever you're ready. 근데 본선 메이플 얘기하시는 게 의도 있게 하신 건지 아니면 의도치 않게 그냥 얘기하시는 게 웃기신 건지 너무 웃겼습니다. 스코티님, 진욱님, 너무 웃겼어요. Discord ID, yeah. Discord ID. Seven, 4. Oh, it says you're not accepting friend requests. It says you have to either add me or you have to change your settings. 플랜이신가요? 메이플랜드입니다. 잠시만요. Should be good now. Okay, check. Yep, it says friend request was sent. Okay. I'll send you an invite. You can join whenever. 우빈님 안녕하세요. 유령님도 안녕하세요. 일비 아직도 안 나왔습니다. Hello, hello.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? So do you want me to call you Fusion? Or sorry, what is it? Lucian?
Yeah. Normally, I go by my current Discord handle nowadays, but yeah, you can just call me Lucian if that's easier for you.
Okay. Yeah, cause let me see your Discord name. I'll just go by Lucian cause it's easier. Corvus. I'll just go by whichever one.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, it's confusing.
No, it's okay. All right. Well, could you, before we start, maybe introduce yourself lightly to the audience and to me too? First time talking to you.
Okay. Like, you want me to tell you about like?
I'll tell you.
Anything?
Yeah. So most of the time, what you can talk about is where you're from, how old you are, and like what do you do. Pretty simple.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm from Malaysia, I guess, and I'm like 29. Yeah. What do I do? I'm kind of like an aspiring game dev, if you want to call it that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're from Malaysia. We actually spoke to, I don't know if you saw that episode, or maybe it's not on YouTube yet. It's coming up like here shortly. But on my first day of doing the interview, which was 2 days ago, we actually had a girl from Malaysia. Her name was Robin. And she also, I talked to her too. She was really nice.
I see. Hey, that's cool.
Okay.
Small world.
Yeah. It's a big world, but it feels small sometimes, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I requested to speak here because, well, apparently YouTube recommended me your stream randomly by chance, and I was like, you know, I was like, oh, this dude's playing like Maple and stuff, and I mean, I used to play Maple back in the day. It was like a childhood game for me, you know? And well, there were a lot of magical moments I had during my childhood, of course, like exploring like Ludi and all that stuff. It was good times, you know.
Did you play on the C server back in the day?
Yeah, I believe so. So the way I got into like Maple and stuff was through my elder brother. He kind of used me, I guess, as his training guinea pig, if you want to call it that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, basically would like get me to play his character and level up for him and stuff like that. But I mean, you know, I was a kid back then. I couldn't make my own account, so I was like experiencing the game through.
Why couldn't you make your own account?
I was a kid. Like,
was there an age
Yeah.
restriction, or like your parents didn't let you play?
Well, I didn't know how to make an email at the time because I was like,
Oh, gotcha.
7, 8, 9 or something like that. Yeah,
Oh.
no clue how to make an email or even make an account. Was not computer savvy, so yeah.
You just kind of like your brother used you to farm while he's on the couch watching TV.
Well, not really watching TV. More like he's it's more like I was a kid. It was like a new thing to me. I was like it was like whimsical and stuff. I was like, yeah, I want to play the game, you know.
Yeah.
And I just like willingly did it because it was exciting and new.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And I mean, after that, it was like it because it was like such a. I guess it was like also like my first exposure to online gaming, and Maple. I'm not sure if it was Maple or Ragnarok or some other game because my brother played like several of these like old school MMOs and got me to like to be his training mule, do stuff for him in them. So, but I think it was Maple as my first online gaming experience. Yeah, so.
It's usually MapleStory or Ragnarok. That's the
Yeah.
two common ones I hear from people that are around my age and maybe slightly younger.
Yeah, probably was Maple. And I guess that's why it's like I fondly remember it more than the other ones, I suppose. Yeah.
Do you play any version of MapleStory now?
Currently no. I mean, a few years back I did because my brother, was like, "Hey man, let's go and relive Maple and play through it again, like the good old days." And like, yeah, I indulged him. I wasn't planning on it because, I mean, by this point, I mean it's kind of a funny story because like when I was a kid, I had like there was a period of time when my brother, even though he played the game, like afterwards he was like, "Nah, man, you're not allowed to play this play this game because it's fucking pay to win and it's shit and for like a myriad of other reasons, you know."
Yeah.
But at that time, I didn't really understand that. I think it was like 10 or 12 at that point. But because I played it in the early days and I had such fond memories of it, I was like, I want to play it like really badly. And I found like workarounds to try and play it without, him knowing. But, it's like eventually he would find out and we get like scolded for it or whatever,
Yeah.
But, yeah. But
Okay.
then-
That's like a common, that happened to me too when I was playing MapleStory as a kid. We used our little cousins to play the game for us, or I would use my brother. My brother's 10 years younger than me, so you can imagine the amount of power I had in that relationship. He was my mule. He was my AFK farm mule. I would go play outside and he'd be playing my little magician, killing slimes. But he had fun doing it, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
So you don't play any Maple now. You kind of came across my stream by luck. Are you looking forward to, like, do you have any hopes that you could play MapleStory Classic when it comes out? Are you following that at all?
I'm following. I mean, Maple will always have like a quote-unquote special place in my heart somewhere because, it was my childhood game. So, I mean, I keep up relatively. I keep up with Maple news now and then. As for looking to play Classic, I mean, no, I don't think so. Even though, it probably would like ignite the rose-tinted nostalgia glasses. No, I think at this point in my life, I've kind of like outgrown the whole what do you call vertical progression MMO grind, because I mean, ever since Maple or like it's kind of like what got me into. I guess my brother is the person who like kind of got me into gaming in general, and I left for gaming. So I've played, obviously, like since then, played various different online games and other single player games as well. So I would say I'm kind of burnt out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you still plan on watching Johnny TV?
I mean,
Put you on the
know,
spot.
I
Here, I'll make it easier for
Easy
you.
one.
Do you enjoy the mini podcast series?
I mean, I was listening the other day to your conversation with the last viewer you had a conversation with, I believe.
Yeah.
And I mean, you discussed something fairly interesting to me, so I stuck around and listened.
I'm just yeah. I was just kidding, but I'm just trying to have fun, but
No,
if you
that's fine.
stick around, that's cool, but
Yeah.
because you're not going to be like too much gaming, I don't see it, that's fine. But maybe we can speak again in the future again, and I want to kind of switch up the last ending of each mini podcast series. The questions that I've been asking, I think I just explained before you got on that I think the way it's set up, it's not something what I'm looking for, but I think I want to switch it up. Is it okay? Do you think like your identity as a person is a Malaysian man working like a game developer and Malaysian man? Is that a good identity title for you?
I mean, those are traits that describe me, I guess, but I don't really.
So what would be a adequate title? Because then I want to do something like, to summarize, to give a fat synopsis of something like blank. Your title gives like says a few last things to chat before he logs off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess you could just use whatever, like those words that you described me as. If that is easy for you.
Malaysian game
But-
developer.
Yeah, I would not consider myself a full-fledged developer, to be honest. But yeah.
Well, aspiring game developer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I mean, what like is there like any particular like questions you want to ask me, or should I ask you?
No, it's more of like you just saying whatever you want to tell the people, because you never know. Right now I only have 30, maybe from everywhere, maybe 70 viewers, but maybe in the future I could be the next Joe Rogan, man. We always gotta dream. I gotta dream big, and they might go to episode 7 and see, oh, this dude, let me hear the aspiring game developer from Malaysia and what he has to say. And you say one thing before you log off. You know what I mean? Before the VOD ends. Like, me, as a guy from Malaysia, aspiring to be a game developer, have one thing to say to everybody. Anything. It could be anything.
Anything? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know what like this to say, to be honest, because I came in here not knowing like what to expect.
Yeah.
I thought it was just going to be like a casual conversation type of thing.
Oh, it is. It's very much casual, but there is like a little bit of guardrails to make sure it doesn't get too dull, to speed things up a little bit when it needs to. Kind of ask questions that pertain to everyone and not specific niche. There's a little bit of management on my side going on, like hosting. Call it hosting. You could say something like peace, love, and long live Malaysia, something like that. Anything.
I mean, to be honest, I don't have much in regards to that. I think
Or you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Up to you.
yeah, I'm coming up blank. I'm sorry.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Okay, well, Lucian, it was nice talking to you. Hopefully your brother and you can find another game to enjoy that, or if you're burnt out, maybe some other activities. But one where the dynamic is mutual and not a one advantage, the other disadvantage.
Yeah.
The training mule
I mean,
is pretty funny. It was a funny story.
I mean, yeah, that was our history, but I mean, since then, it's kind of just been like, we're just mutual terms.
Oh, it's like a childhood thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we just like he was. We just didn't know any better back then, I guess. I mean, since then I've played other games, or rather, I've indulged him in other games as well. Like FF14 or like Guild Wars 2 and all that stuff.
A lot of MMOs. Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of like MMO junkies, I guess.
Nice, man.
Yeah, and other games that I've played on my own that I've particularly, I guess, enjoyed as well, like Fantasy Star Online 2 and all that. So yeah.
Okay. I've played some FF14 and Guild Wars back in my time, but couldn't really get into it as much as I can with like MapleStory and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a little personal preference, right? Because I've done it like so much, I guess it's like I guess I lean towards more like the horizontal progression kind of MMOs nowadays, like Guild Wars. Less so like the vertical ones, because and like the whole vertical grind, like, I mean, not to say that it's not enjoyable, like, sometimes it's enjoyable, but sometimes it feels like I'm on a, what do you call, a hamster wheel.
Yep. I know that feeling.
Yeah, a hamster wheel, and I'm just chasing shit for the sake of chasing it. I mean, and while I understand like some people enjoy that, for me it's not so enjoyable these days, anyways. Because I've outgrown it.
Yeah, completely relatable.
Whereas like horizontal progressions, like you kind of like get the thing. I mean, like you work towards the thing and you get the thing and you use it in perpetuity, for the rest of the game's lifespan, which is nice. It's like, I mean, yeah, sure, like some people would say like, oh, once you get everything else, you have nothing to work towards. And I mean, yeah, I get that. It's like understandable, but I also think like, that's completely fine and it's okay. It's like it's okay to I guess run out of things to do. Horizontal progressing games, because I mean, because I prefer it that way, where it's like, oh, there's something that interests me and there's a goal I can aim for, and once I'm done with that goal, then I don't have to feel like, oh, I have to constantly like run on the wheel to get the next best thing, because this thing is going to be, not good the next update or whatever. So.
Yep, that's a real problem in today's games and today in modern games in today's gaming industry, especially MMOs. They have definitely started steering towards a path where you definitely feel like you're on a hamster wheel. The game has lost its core tenets of what makes a game a good game, which is enjoyment, entertainment, and fun. But it's more about just chasing the high, and then just kind of doing things for the sake of doing it. Like you said, dailies, weeklies starts to feel like a chore. The achievements that you make doesn't seem that much of a big deal because next week maybe there will be an update, or in a few months there will be an update, and things will get washed out. And I do think that's a real big problem, and one of the reasons why classic MapleStory is such like awaited for right now in GMS, and all these old servers in Korea are popping off with more players than the actual retail MapleStory, is because of that reason. Modern gaming has killed MMO, and people yearn the old MMO aspect of a sense of community, a sense of real achievement, and just honestly a lot less brain rot, and modern MapleStory does that. It's just pure effects everywhere, high dopamine, high good feeling chemicals being released to your body constantly, and you just get dull and insensitive to it, and you just become dull, you become flat because you're so exhausted from all that dopamine. But yeah, man, hey, I appreciate you coming on and talking about who you are and what you've been through. It was really nice talking to you. I wanted to hear like more out of you. I wanted to hear more, but it's okay. Maybe we'll talk next time and we'll see.
I mean, you didn't ask me questions related to what.
No, like
my
what,
life
like your life.
Yeah.
Cause, okay. Did I not?
No, you didn't. But it's fine.
Well, you're that's not like something that I always ask people. I kind of ask them if they like a girl from Malaysia said she went to go study at London. So I was like, oh, how did that happen? Because it's kind of out of the norm. But you were born. I'm not saying you're not not special, but you were born and raised in Malaysia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I just assumed let's talk about something that kind of is more unique to you. So if you're a game developer, I want to talk about game developing. I don't know, man. I'm kind of going off the flow too. I'm kind of new at this, so there isn't really like a structured format on how things go. Yeah.
I apologize if I was because I also came in here like not knowing what to do or what to expect. So spontaneous for me as well.
It's really spontaneous. There is no we're gonna talk about your life, or we're gonna talk about this, that. It's very much like I listen to your story, and then whatever question that follows up in my head, I just kind of ask that right away, or talk about that.
Yeah.
But you did great, though. You did great. I think it went great.
Is there a set time that you have to speak?
Set time?
Is there another? Yeah, because is there like another person that's supposed to come in, or?
Oh, no, not after you, not today. Right. But starting next week, if you're talking about schedules, this week was the first week. This is my 3rd day. You're my 10th person or something like that doing this. But starting next week, if I continue to get more people more interest and more people want to do it, I'll probably only do it 2 times out of the week, because just trying to do it every day is too much editing on my part, and yeah, it's just a lot on my part.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do you have any questions for me?
I mean, if you don't mind, continuing the conversation. It seems like you want to, I'll ask, how long have you, been playing Maple for? What got you into it? And what keeps you invested?
In MapleStory?
Yeah.
Well, I played MapleStory when it first came out in 2003 in Korea. And I played all the way until Big Bang. So that Big Bang happened in like 2011, if I remember correctly. So I played like 7-8 years back then, and then Big Bang came out, and I played a little after Big Bang because the game was slowly changing, but I couldn't tell that it was turning into a monster slowly. So when it first went through Big Bang, the only thing that changed was the EXP gain rate. They changed the algorithm for experience, and then they brought out new classes. And I think at first they had like potentials and items or something like that. And you could obtain these cubes from killing monsters that would unlock the potential of an item. So at that point, there was no reason to really go out there and spend money to unlock potentials. That obviously changed over the years because there's like these premium cubes you can buy that'll give you the best stats in the item, but you have to pay with real money. And then, as they started coming up with, gachas, and then cubes, and then like potentials and all this stuff. And that's when I was like, okay, this is kind of blatant, and their focus is on something completely different now. The innocence is basically gone, and then they started releasing characters that are heavily OP, and they were doing it at such a rapid pace. The OG adventure classes all just got their identities stolen, or like things are supposed to homogenize well and blend in well into the ecosystem, but when these new classes came in, they disturbed everything. So they didn't have much planning or thought when they were releasing all these new things, like newer throwing stars for assassins and stuff. They completely disturbed and what is it called? Yeah, basically like completely turned the table upside down when it comes to the existing economy, existing market of how much things cost in the game. And that was just like, that was one domino, then it knocked down another domino. But it makes sense because back then, this was like during the time when Big Bang came out, League of Legends was popping off in Korea. And from what I'm hearing is that League of Legends took so many people out from MapleStory that they basically all had it on an oxygen machine, and they were trying to bring it back to life as much as possible. And the drastic measures that they took from 2011 all the way until probably like 2016, 2017, when the game started stabilizing a little bit, is they were trying to make the game as relevant as possible so people don't just go away. Now, from that perspective, it's admirable, like honestly, as a business owner looking at that, doing whatever you can so you stay afloat. That's admirable. But from the players aspect, obviously the OG ones that played since 2004, 2005, they look at that as, well, you have no consideration for OG players. It took me 2-3 years to hit level 200, and I've given one of the bosses like 3 months of prepping and attempting to beat. Now with these new classes and updates, and you elevate the maximum level, the people that held a lot of pride and poured like their blood, sweat, and tears to reach level 200 to become a ranker, now they all been pushed down and they can't compete with the new classes. So even if they wanted to hold on to that grand achievement of being ranker number 1 or ranker number 5 in the entire server in Korea, once they released a max level to 225, now they're in like 50th place, 100th place. And it's not like they give up, because some of them continue to play. So it was just a lot of, from the player side, everything was just getting messed up. Class imbalance, eating up of identity of different classes coming from new classes, and then rankers, and then what else was there? Just the community of the game also dying. A lot of other things. And after that, I left after Big Bang and continued to play private MapleStory on GMS server, like Maple Royals and Maple Legends, which is as close as old MapleStory could get if you lived in United States.
Right.
And then I played Artale when it came out 2 years ago, I think, or last year for a little bit.
Yeah.
Super buggy, terrible game. I can't really like what is it? I can't really like get into a game like that. It had too many bugs and the community wasn't there. And I went to Korea and I started Maple Land. I saw my cousin playing and I said, "Hey, I want to play too." He got me set up and I've been playing Maple Land for about 8 months now. So that's kind of like my MapleStory journey. I've been playing for a long time.
I see. Yeah, that really like sounds about right. But then you're OG like 2003, crazy. Like, wait, when did the game originally come? It wasn't before 2003. 2001.
No, the game originally launched in Korea in 2003. And then, yeah, in GMS, I think it launched in 2004.
Right. Yeah, that like, man. I think the reason why I look back fondly on old Maple was the sense of it. As you said, I guess like the community around it and the sense of adventure and seeing. I guess mostly for me it was more like the sense of adventure and like exploring like different areas and new places and seeing monsters I've never seen before. Because like I think when I was my brother's mule anyway, like he was playing a thief or assassin. Yeah. And well, you know, like me knowing like learning about the thief's kit and knowing like, you know, dark side is a thing and I can just go invis and like explore like all these different places, I would just, you know, go out of the way and like go look for hidden streets and go like try to find like hidden spots in all these different maps.
Yep.
Oh man, hidden streets are so good. Like, I wish like
Which one do you remember the most?
hidden street. I think the one in Ludiburium, the one with the what was it? Well, I think all the Ludi hidden streets were kind of nostalgic to me because that was like, you know, super like awe of the I mean like the clock tower portion, like the high level, you know, bottom tier version of Ludi.
Yeah.
Yeah, where all like the stuff like Master Death Teddy and like Grim Phantom Watch. And all
Oh, yeah, those areas.
Yeah.
That's not really a hidden street. That's just see, I thought you were talking about hidden streets like those portals where the portal isn't there, but if you click up on a map, it'll take you into a different map.
Yeah. I mean, those were his, like they.
Oh
they
wait,
did
yeah,
have
you're
them.
right. Actually, back down
Yeah,
in
they did.
Death Tennies and stuff, they did have hidden streets.
Yeah,
You're
they
right.
didn't have the portals back then.
You're
Pretty
right.
sure. Yeah. So I mean, those and what's that one? Pig Beach. I think that was
Pig Beach, where the pigs are at. Yep.
Yeah. Good one too. Oh, what was that one? The one Sleepy Wood with the hut and where the mixed golems were at. Yeah, that's what I remember
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Oh, you remember a lot of them, man.
Yeah.
I forgot if you told us how old you were.
29.
39?
No, 20.
Oh, 29.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. not
Dang,
that
so-
old, bro.
When you still remember everything you did when you were like 6-7 years old, huh? I guess I do too. So if you are like 3-4 years younger than me, man, yeah, you played, yeah, we're right around that time. I was probably in middle school and you're elementary school.
Yep.
So in C server, the language is English, right?
Dominantly, yes.
And you
Yeah.
guys speak Cantonese as a second language and English as a first language over there?
Well, no, I think it's mostly English. Yeah, I mean there were some people who did like probably speak in like the Chinese dialect, like Mandarin, Cantonese, whatever.
Hmm.
And I actually don't know if like C was just Malaysia and Singapore, or if it was other C countries as well, like the Philippines, Vietnam, and all that.
I'm pretty sure Filipinos and Vietnamese also played in C, because I meet Filipinos and Vietnamese people here, and you know they're transfer students or whatever, and they tell me that they played the C server. I don't see a lot of Malaysians here in the States, so it's always usually like if I see Southeast Asians, they're usually Vietnamese or Filipinos here, and a lot of them actually remember MapleStory. Yeah, and they said they played C server.
Hey, yeah. So yeah, I guess it was mostly like English speaking. Pretty sure that was just like for convenience, I suppose. 'Cause, I mean, it's the meta language.
It's a meta language.
Quote unquote meta language. I don't know. Hey
Okay.
man, like you know, if you could pick one language and everybody spoke it, like
Like English. Gotcha.
yeah. I mean, yeah. It was.
Would you- Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, man.
No, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I was gonna ask because I'm actually really interested in Malaysia. Would you recommend people come touring at your country?
I mean, yeah. It's like.
What's the capital?
Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, is it nice over there?
Pretty good, yeah. It's like I would say some people. I mean, sometimes I would watch some videos of like tourists, you know, on YouTube coming here to Malaysia, and they say, "Oh, it's so developed and so much more developed than we expected, and it's clean and it's quote unquote safe."
Hmm.
So yeah, I would say so.
Why do you say quote unquote safe?
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, it's relatively safe. It's not, you know, like any other country. It's not as safe as like, I guess, Singapore, but it's safe. It's like very minor difference. I'd say.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you guys have beaches there, right? In the
Yeah.
capital? Is the beach
No,
water not at the
not in
capital?
the capital. No.
Okay.
That's more the edge.
Are there beautiful beaches in in Malaysia that look like, you know, that crystal clear water with white sand? The beach vibe.
Yes, I believe so. But I'm not quite sure which places are like that off the top of my head. So I can't give you tourist advice on which beaches are the best to visit.
What's the best food in Malaysia?
Best food?
Yeah.
What depends on your preferences because we have a lot of different types of food here. But
What's the most notorious? You know, like there's kimchi in Korea. What is
I
like
mean,
specific?
our
Yeah,
national
yeah.
dish is nasi lemak.
What is that? Nacido. That sounds Spanish. Nacido Spanish.
No. Nasi lemak.
Oh, nasi
So
lemak.
nasi is rice.
Okay.
Forget what lemak means. I think lemak means like fatty or something like that. But yeah.
Oh, fatty rice.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But it's kind of just like if we were to just boil the dish down to like its basic components, it would just be like coconut rice, sambal,
Oh.
sambal, and fried anchovies of like you know the small little fried fish.
I see. I'm looking at it, and they got a chicken leg. They got KFC in there.
That one's additional. Like not all nasi lemak variants have it.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Well, that looks good.
Yeah.
They got some
And, like,
cucumber in there.
peanuts. Yeah, cucumber and fried peanuts. Yeah.
Are you looking at the stream?
Let me see.
I'm looking it up. Nasi lemak.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Nice. That looks delicious. Making me hungry.
Yeah, they like quite a few good places that serve good ones. Well, I mean, I don't get out much, to be honest.
Mhm.
So as far as like tourist advice is concerned, I'm probably not the person to talk to in regards to that. I mean, I do know a few places in my local neighborhood, but as in the wider Malaysia area, probably ask someone else where to find good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people are gonna take a look at TripAdvisor before they go, man. Like they will. I just wanna hear like what the national food is, and because oh, someone's calling me. Hold on. Because you're a national. You're a citizen in Malaysia, so you know a lot more than us.
Yeah, but nasi lemak is that was one, and then another one that's kind of popular.
Do you ever want to travel abroad and come to the States? Like so you learned English just by growing up in Malaysia.
So, funny story. English is the only language I can actually speak fluently.
Oh.
My family brought me up predominantly. We're just predominantly speaking English in my family, even though we are actually like Malaysian Chinese, right? I mean, my parents can speak dialects of Chinese, like Hokkien. What's the other one? I forget the other one. Sorry, but Hokkien Mandarin, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But they brought us up speaking mostly English, so we never really picked it up. And me and my brothers anyway. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And that is also to say that I cannot speak my country's national language, being Bahasa Melayu. So yeah, kind of a bit of a
Yeah, man. You got some studying to do. I'm kidding. Let's see. What is something else that I could ask you? What do the kids do over there? Like, what are kids over there from the age, let's say high schoolers onward to about your age? What are they into? Are they all into gaming too, like they are in Korea? Do they study a lot, or do they what do they do? What do the kids do?
Kids nowadays, hell if I know, bro. Like, I mean, well, actually, no. I mean, I do have some nieces and nephews. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're also kind of. I don't know, honestly. I think they're kind of into gaming. Mostly into that, like, brain rot kind of stuff,
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I was hoping it wasn't global, but maybe it's an
I'm sorry to say. Yeah. I'm sorry to say.
So they go around and they do this 6'7", 6'7".
Yes.
They do
Yeah.
over there too?
Yes.
No, they don't. You're lying.
Yes, I'm not lying. No.
That's crazy. That's pretty funny, actually.
We are more globally linked than we realize, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't understand it. Yeah, I mean, I try to converse with my my nieces and nephews, and I guess like a younger cousin as well. It just doesn't click. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They show me like memes of like skibbity toilet and like freaking 6'7" and like
That's crazy. In
whatever.
Malaysia too. Wow, that's
Yeah.
hilarious actually. Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and but I mean, like, that's just a sign of the times, I suppose. I'm sure, like back in our days, back, yeah, our younger days, like we also had nonsense that our older cousins or siblings probably don't understand either. So.
All right, man. I think I'm gonna have to get going because it's running kind of long for this mini podcast series. I try to keep it under 30, but it was nice talking to you, and maybe we can talk again in the future.
Yeah, sure.
All right, man.
No worries.
Yep, I'll talk to you later.
It was
Okay.
a pleasure talking.
It was a pleasure, man. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, brother.
Yep. Bye. 자, 이렇게 해서 말레이시아에 사는 코르버스 루시안과 얘기를 해봤는데 그 게임 개발자를 희망하고 있대요. 29살 청년인데 말레이시아에 살고 있는 말레이시아에도 애들이 미국 애들과 똑같은 컨텐츠를 흡수하고 있다는 게 그게 좀 신기하고 좀 재밌었던 것 같아요. 물어보니까 말레이시아에 있는 애기들도 미국 꼬맹이들이 하는 그런 거 있거든요. 밈이라든지 장난치는 방식, 장난치는 그 서브컬처, 애기들만 가지고 있는 그런 게 말레이시아에도 존재한다는 게 참 웃기긴 하네. Waiting for MapleStory Classic every single day, but no announcements from Nexon. I know. I'm kind of waiting too. I have a feeling they're not going to say anything until MapleCon. Yeah, I don't think they'll say anything until MapleCon. I think at MapleCon in September is when they're going to actually release the official date for release. Like reveal the official release date. 라파엘 하이, 안녕하세요. 형, 저는 17렙까지 키웠어요. 메이플랜드. 라파엘님은 어떤 직업 고르셨나요? 수염 관리요. 그냥 길어지면 자르고 지저분해 보이면 정리하고 그게 끝입니다. 클래식 나오면 하시려나 보네요. 클래식이요? 클래식은 해야죠. 클래식은 이제 친구들이랑 하기도 하고 한국에 계신 분들한테 소개시켜 줄 겸 같이 할 생각입니다. If I had access to Mapleland, I would play all day. Man, right now you're kind of in between you're kind of in between that stage of residency and actually being employed, so you probably have a lot of time now. Enjoying the interviews, by the way. Be the next Joe Rogan. I'm trying. I'm gonna try. I'm enjoying it too. But thank you for the positive words, man. That would be a huge achievement. But we'll set that as a goal and we'll continue to grind and see where life takes us. Oh, okay. 5 days off in a row. So you're just enjoying content. What I like to hear. It's a good time, man. I love having days off, doing absolutely nothing. For me, those days as a father is when my wife takes my son to grandma's or her sister's, and they live pretty far away, so they're either gone all day or they go spend the night, and that little break is just my lazy day. Order some chicken, kick back, watch some YouTube, play whatever game I want, especially if it's on a weekend and I'm not streaming. I can just be a pig. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Wow, that's exciting, man. That's exciting. What line of business are you in? I am selling clothes. So this beanie that I'm wearing is my product, and I also do real estate. And now I'm trying to become a content creator at the same time. Appreciate it, thank you. What's today? Thursday? Today's Thursday, so I stream and then later again tonight I stream. I have to get on it. Last week I just got very lazy about playing Which Spring R, and instead I streamed League instead of playing the game that I need to play. It's a content that I started that I need to see it through. I really don't like when I say I'm gonna do something and I don't do it. I don't like myself doing that. So I try not to make too many I try hard to not get myself into any commitment unless I really mean it, because I don't like my words having no weight. So like when I said I'll do Let's Play series for Which Spring R, you know, and I did 5-6 episodes now, I want to take that seriously, even though like there's times when I kind of don't want to play the game. I'd rather play League or just play Maple Land instead. I'm gonna continue through and see it through. The game is fun. Once I'm actually streaming and recording and in the flow of things, the game is fun. It's just, I don't know, just getting myself to do it is the hard part. It's just not appealing. Hello. You. Okay. Baby. 오늘은 득템도 많이 안 나오네. 아까 딸기 귀걸이 하나 먹고 하나도 못 먹은 것 같은데 득템을. 어서 와우, 득 많이 하셨네. 4개나 먹으셨으면. 와, 샬리트 도적 모자. 마지막은 포진공창까지 다양하게 드셨네. 가지고 가세요. 장비 아이템 보니까 보는 것만으로도 기분이 좋네. 일비는 영어로 뭐냐? 일비라고 씁니다. 영어로 저렇게 일비라고 썼잖아요. How's Virginia housing market situation? New York is getting ridiculous, man. Oh man, that's actually interesting to hear. Lately, I've been seeing a lot of New York's mayor on headlines and stuff, and people talking about him. I wonder if that. Do you think it's that? Do you think it's the mayor making these changes and raising taxes or something? In Virginia, I haven't actively looked for like 6 months, but just based off my house's appreciation rate and like in the past few months, it's been going up, meaning that it's still a seller's market, I think. But I don't think it's gone up like anything too drastic in the last few months, maybe even a year. Overall, I think if we look at a big chart of 3 years, I think it equalized, it stabilized, it went up and then it went down a little bit, and then it's going back up again. I think it's just too heavily seller's market here. Houses go 60 plus over asking, waive inspection. Too many people buying. Yeah. They do that here too. They were doing it a lot when the housing market was on fire, but I'm not a real estate agent, I'm just a real estate investor. So I haven't actively looked at the market here. I looked at Florida. The last place I looked at was Florida, around Tampa, and surprisingly those homes, surprisingly Florida is one of those states where real estate value is going down, and I'm not exactly sure why. They seen price drops or something like that, and a lot of people think it's because of flood insurance and stuff. Well, when you look at the FEMA map, I think it's FEMA, it's one of the government agencies that draw out the flood map in Florida. So if you are in the clear zone, you don't get extra, you don't have to pay extra for insurance premium. Anyway, regardless of that, Florida has lost a lot of value in real estate. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, but that was the last place I've looked. Really nice homes were going for like 300 to 400k, which is relatively cheap in today's market, especially even where I'm at. I'm like 1 hour out from DC, and you wouldn't really call this the suburbs, you would call this the sub of the suburbs. And the house prices have gone up pretty, like at least 50k to 100k in the past 2-3 years. So, but they do that a lot too. They'll waive any inspection just to get the home. They'll try to close early. I don't know where all this money is coming from. Yeah, New York is can't live in New York unless you make good money. Yeah, because the alternative choice is kind of living in the suburbs in New York, and the issue with that is a lot of people work inside of the core of New York, or in the core of these major cities like New York, or Bronx. Right? Is Bronx a good area? I don't know too much about New York, but point is a lot of jobs are in the main downtown area, or where a lot of people are at, and if you live in the suburbs trying to save money for a home, the commute time is just crazy. Yep. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how New York turns out in the next few years, because they say your new mayor, Mamdani, is like making a lot of big changes, and I'm assuming that's true because they talk about him a lot on the news. And I just want to see, it's kind of like a social experiment. We'll see if New York's is able to bring the quality of life, like raise the quality of life for the average people, or will it get worse? Like, what will happen with these new policies? I'm actually genuinely curious to see how this all plays out. It'll be interesting. But yeah, in Virginia, man, I mean, houses normally around my neighborhood go for 400 to 500, 600K. If you go to Nova, which is one of the wealthiest place in the entire planet, apparently, if you go to Nova, homes over there for just a basic home can go for like 1 to 2 mil. Very expensive. Anything around all the government agencies that surround DC, a lot of government contractors kind of try to buy homes there. And because there's always jobs, there's guaranteed jobs in that area, so housing just goes crazy because you'll always have people that'll pay or buy that house, or have renters that are willing to rent near DC. 다른 서버, 어떤 서버? 플래닛 서버요? 다른 서버는 메이플스토리 클래식 나올 때까지는 아마 안 할 것 같아요. Do you make decent money grinding for Ilbi, or is Ilbi the jackpot? There's a few other items you can get from this guy that can cost decent money. First of all, he gives if I can get a above average stat on this wand right here that you guys see, this one right here. This is called, I think Phoenix wand. I have it in my inventory. Oh. If I can get an above average magic attack stat on that Phoenix wand, there's a market for that. Obviously the scrolls, the most expensive one is 500k or 5 mil. The next in line, the one I got 2 of them, was 1 mil each. And then I have, it's not on here, but these guys also drop the spear that I'm using, which is one of the best spears in the game. It's a level 100 spear, and if I get an above, then even just a regular stat spear will sell for few mil. But if I get, like, let's say +3 weapon attack average, higher than the average, higher than the normal stat for weapon attack, that will sell for like 10-20 mil. And then one Ilbi can cost 40 to 50 mil. So Ilbi is the jackpot, but there's few other items that can really make you money here. It's not bad. No, it's a good place to make money, but in the grand scheme of things, I probably spend just as much, unless I get an Ilbi. Like, I'm talking about if I was just getting these regular NPC item equipments, and let's say I don't get any scrolls. Let's say like just you get one equipment item loot per hour, and it's just pure picking up meso from the monster and these tails, these etc items, then I think I'm actually losing money per hour, especially if I get no equipment item in an hour. I say that because these guys hit hard, and the amount of ICs I have to consume to farm here. ICs are very expensive. 100 ICs cost 200k. So 500 ICs is already 1 mil. And I spend at least 500 ICs every, like, maybe 3 hours. 500 in 3 hours sounds about right. You know, so if I can, that's 500 ICs is 1 mil. I use that in like 3 to 4, maybe 5 hours. If I get one equipment out of that time, I'm probably losing money. Maybe 2 equipment, 3 equipment, I'm making money for sure. 2 equipment, starting there, it's probably a wash. So I've been grinding here for now 2.5 hours and probably consumed about 250 ICs, I would imagine. And I've only got 1 loot. I've only got 1 loot in 2.5 hours. So unless something else drops by the 3rd hour mark, or by the 4th, 5th hour mark, I'm losing money grinding here. But I have streamer privileges, so I have people just giving me potions to grind here for free. It's very nice. It's the only thing I will accept from a viewer. I won't accept any OP items, I won't accept any scrolls or anything too crazy, but potions I will accept. What's the most expensive item you saw in Mapleland? The most expensive item I saw in Mapleland? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be right back. Let me just leave party real quick. 커피 가지고 올게요, 여러분. 다시 왔습니다. What is the most expensive item I saw in Mapleland? Let me answer that question. The most expensive item I saw in Mapleland, huh? I think there's a guy, he's a content creator, Korean guy. He makes content for Mapleland. His whole content is about not his whole content, but a huge part of his content that he creates on YouTube is trying to make the best item, the most expensive item that you can't see anywhere else. Great content. I'm sure a lot of people like his content. So when there was a video I saw where he was trying to get a level 5 or like weapon attack 15 or 13 work glove. And just to kind of give you an idea of how hard that is, here in old school MapleStory, work gloves have 5 upgrade slots. 60% scrolls give you 2 weapon attack. So if you succeed 60% all 5 times, that in itself is somewhat of a really like good luck. Because most people will get to 3 or 4, 60%. So getting all 5 60% is hard enough. But what he was trying to do was trying to get a weapon attack 15 work gloves, which is 10% 5 times. Succeeding 5 times in a row with a 10% scroll. Because 3 times 5 is 15. Well, you can kind of imagine how things went. He uploaded a video, and I think his work glove was either 13 or 15. And let's say it's 13. Now, how hard is 13? Well, I'll tell you how hard 13 is. Because even if you get 10%, 3 weapon attack into a glove, and say rest of the 4 upgrade slots with 60% and you succeed all the way, that's still only weapon attack 11. So what you have to do in order to get a weapon attack 13 work glove is, let me think here, you have to succeed 10% 3 times, which will give you a 9 weapon attack with 2 upgrade slots, and then succeed 60% twice in a row to get into an 11 and then to a 13. That is basically the chance of you succeeding that is, I mean, you probably have a higher chance winning your gas station $5 lottery on a lottery ticket or a betting ticket than that. Like, you could probably, what's another good analogy or comparison? Essentially, it's just borderline impossible to succeed 10% 3 times in a row and then 60% twice in a row. But he did it. He did it. He put it on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it got a lot of views, and yeah, that's probably the most expensive item I saw. You could sell an item that rare for real money too, right? Yes, you can. Real money trading, so using real actual currency, real life currency to purchase in-game items is an well-established culture in Korea. Not just in Maple Land, but in other games too. People buy and sell items from video games all the time in Korea. So yeah, if you have an item that's exceptionally good or exceptionally unique or rare, people buy and sell those. 직접 파밍한 템 중에서 가장 비싼 게 뭐였나요? 2G 60%가 제일 비쌌던 것 같아요. 2G 60%를 연구소 203호 호문쿨러를 잡으면서 시프마스터 키울 때 이제 거기서 그 안경 쓴 박사 유령하고 호문쿨러 예상한 물체 그 몬스터가 나오는데 거기서 레벨 시프마스터가 한 71부터 80까지 로미오파케 돌아가면서 거기서 사냥을 많이 했는데 거기서 오랫동안 사냥하면서 2G 60%를 먹어봤습니다. 그게 아마 제일 비싸지 않을까. 투민 100%도 먹어봤고 주니어 레이스 잡으면서 비 좋아하시는 분 계신가요? 나는 왜 이렇게 비 오는 날에 지금 이 브금도 뒤에 빗소리가 깔린 게 브금이거든요. 빗소리가 들리시는지 안 들리시는지는 아마 들리실 텐데 빗소리가 이게 브금에서 나오는 빗소리예요. 근데 이상하게 빗소리 들으면서 빗소리가 들으면 그렇게 평온해집니다. 마음이 편안해져. 여러분들은 그러신지 빗소리 들으면서 어렸을 때 게임했던 그 낭만이 있는 건지 제가 빗소리만 들으면 그냥 차분해집니다. 마음이 차분해져. 소리가 너무 좋아. Love the smell right before and after the rain. Exactly. Ocean and wave sound, yes. I could completely relate with all of that. I love the smell of dirt, like wet dirt. It just smells so alive. You know, I love that smell. I don't know, is there, like, I can feel the moisture in the air right before it rains, and yeah, there's like this distinct smell, but that smell is way stronger after it rains. All the biomes in the dirt just feeding off that H2O. and in real time, probably in their dimension, in their world, time has probably passed by 80 years. They've already all colonized, created their family in a span of 2 minutes in our time. And that smell, all these biomes farting into the air and releasing their gas, and I just take it all in. I used to love having inzam because of the dirt taste. We're very particular, man. Us Koreans, we like to, like, I love dirt taste too. You know, I like dirt taste in my coffee, like the cold brew. Cold brew tastes like dirt. It's a distinct taste. You have to develop it over time. If coffee is like bitter and acidic, like just black coffee, it's very bitter. Cold brew tastes like dirt water, but I don't know why it's so dang good. It's very bland. You do feel the caffeine kick in, which is probably the reason why I drink it. But it's just like this bland dirt water thing. 내일도 방송합니다. 자. I used to play soccer. Now, in terms of watching, I've never been a huge fan of watching sports. I've always been more of a kid to like go out there and actually play than to sit down and watch. The only time I watched soccer being played on TV was for the World Cup, or I like to also enjoy the Olympics. I think what it is for me is I don't feel this huge, like, I don't resonate with club teams, but I do resonate with my country. So if I see my flag on the field, if my country's flag, and that's both Korean flag and the US flag, I want to root for them. And they are an example of they're what are they called? They're representing our country, right? They're supposed to be our country's best. So in that sense, I like to kind of see and compare, measure each country's like abilities in that sport. That's kind of fun for me, and I resonate with the flag. But with club teams, I just never could really get into it. Did you get Ilbi? Not yet. Not yet, man. Hopefully soon. I used to love playing, and I played for high school, but I'm too worried about getting injured now. 요즘 경험치 쿠폰은 어디서 쓰시나요? 경험치 쿠폰은 그냥 여기서 일비파밍 하면서 씁니다. 일비파밍 하면서 쓰고, 나중에 이제 기회가 되면 불화둔 가서 가끔씩 사냥하기도 하고 합니다. I can understand Korean? Yes, I can. 한국말 할 줄 압니다. 전 세계 모든 사람들 각자에게 빨간 버튼과 파란 버튼이 주어집니다. 아, 이거 봤어요. 이거 봤어. 만약 파란 버튼을 누른 사람의 비율이 전체 50%에 달하면 전원 생존. 만약 50%를 못 넘으면 파란 버튼 눌렀던 모든 사람들은 죽음. 이 경우 당신은 무엇을 누를 것인가? 이거 한번 해달라. 몇 시에 밥 먹을 건가요? 방송하고 먹어야죠. 그 뭐냐, 이제 다시 얘기를 해드리자면, 채팅을 읽으느라 정신이 없었는데, 파란 버튼과 빨간 버튼이 주어지는데 파란 버튼 누를 경우 모든 사람이 50% 이상으로 파란 버튼을 누르면 사는 거고, 50% 이하이면은 다 죽는 거고, 누른 사람만 죽는 건가? 50%를 못 넘었으면 파란 버튼을 누른 사람은 다 죽는 거고, 빨간 버튼을 누르면 무조건 사는 거고, 간편하게 그건데, 이게 저만 그런지 모르겠지만 왜 정치가 보이는지, 약간 빨간과 파랑색부터 시작해서 이 고르라고 하는 사고 방식과 정말 스테레오타입을 뭐라고 하지? 단순하게 단정 지어가지고 그렇게 해놓은 것 같은데, 이게 간단할 수가, 이게 정말, 이게 왜 고민되냐? 만약에 내가 가족이 없고 사랑하는 사람도 없고 외로우면 무조건 빨간색 누르겠죠. 왜냐? 남을 걱정을 안 해도 되니까. 저 나만 살면 되니까. 빨간 버튼은 무조건 사는 거니까. 근데 다 빨간 버튼만 누르면 사는 거니까. 근데 이제 만약에 파란 버튼 누른 사람이 극소수일 수도 있으니까, 그거에 어떻게든 도움 주려고 파란 버튼을 눌러서 나까지 위험을 감안하고 희생한다는 마인드로 누를 것인지, 아니면 그냥 안전하게 빨간 버튼을 갈 것인지. 저는 빨간 버튼 누를 것 같아요. 저는 빨간 버튼 누를 것 같습니다. 그게 일단 저와 사고방식이 많이 비슷한 것 같고, 솔직하게 말하면 나는 내 사람 이외로는 별로 다른 사람까지 이제 케어해주면서 걱정할 의향도 없고 그 능력도 안 되기 때문에, 내 가족, 나하고 내 가족, 그리고 내 주변 사람들만 괜찮으면 된다라는 마인드가 강해요. 나는 책임은 거기까지밖에 못 진다. 그래서 빨간 버튼을 눌러서 모든 사랑하는 사람들한테 빨간 버튼 누르라고 할 것 같고, 그렇게 할 것 같은데. 그리고 모든 사람들은 그냥 다 같이 빨간 버튼 누르자, 이런 마인드를 가지고 다 같이 살면 안 될까? 근데 나 같은 경우에는 이제 가족이 있고 사랑하는 사람들이 있기 때문에, 이게 설마 와이프나 아들이나 뭐 할머니나 우리 어머님이나 가족이나 사랑하는 사람이 파란 버튼 눌렀으면 내가 죽인 거나 다름없잖아요. 그건 내가 빨간 버튼 눌러가지고 표가 51대 50이야. 51대 50이고 내가 마지막 결정권을 가진 그 사람인데 빨간 버튼을 눌렀어. 그럼 큰일 나는 거죠. 이게 대체로 빨간 버튼이 초반에 많았다가 나중에 50, 50이더라고요. 그 이유가 가족, 친구, 지인들을 생각해서 빨간 버튼에서 파란 버튼으로 넘어간 사람들이 많다고 한다. 조니님, 근데 전제가 어떤 누구와도 의논할 기회를 주지 않고 생각할 시간을 1분 준다. 이렇게 된 이유는 밸런싱이 무너졌다고 해서 언젠가는 사람들이 다 이제 처음에는 빨간 버튼이 논리적으로 맞다고 생각하겠죠. 근데 생각해보니까 그게 아니야. 그냥 차라리 다 파란 버튼 올인해가지고, 파란 버튼은 인류에 희망을 거는 거고, 인류에. 그쵸? 인간, 휴메니티한테. 빨간 버튼은 약간 희망이 없는 거고, 인류에. 어떻게든 최적한. 또 이제 더 넓게 보면 감성과 논리의 대결이겠죠. 정말 좋은 질문인 것 같아요. 빨간 버튼을 누르고 싶어도 생각을 많이 하게 되고, 파란 버튼을 누르자니 이거는 너무 약간 멍청한 멍청한 행동인 것 같기도 하고, 빨간 버튼을 누르면 다 같이 사는데. Pico, what's up, man? We did 2 interviews today already, actually. Eli VTuber, hey, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you? You're a new face. I have not seen you around. 그리고 파란 버튼을 누르는 분들은 내가 설령 빨간 버튼을 눌러서 생존하게 됐다고 해도 만약 빨간 버튼만 살아남은 세상에서 살아간다고 하면 그건 괴로울 거다. 그렇게 생각하는 입장도 있다고 하네요. 그것도 그거인 것 같아요. 맞아. 동의합니다. 그것도. 너무 이기적인 자기밖에 모르는 사람들과 세상에 살다 보면 아니 근데 그런 이제 무슨 말인지 이해가 가는데 이거 밸런스 패치하려면 빨간색 버튼 누른 사람 90% 이상 다 죽는다 같은 게 있어야 한다. I'm pretty good, thanks for asking. What's your today's mission in the game? Well, I've been trying to get this rare drop from these black sheeps. The drop rate is something like 0.006%. And maybe even lower. So we're going for that right now. It's been 27-ish hours and we haven't seen it yet. They're called Ilbi. Cool, do you plan on doing any more? Pico, yes, if you want to do it, we can do one right before I get off today. Because probably tomorrow I won't be doing it. I'm from South Korea, not China. 반대로 빨간 버튼 고르는 분들은 파란 버튼을 누르는 것 자체가 이성적이지 못하고 바보 같다. 왜 내 삶에 도박하느냐 이런 입장이 대부분이라고 합니다. 이제 가만히 놓고 생각해 보면 어려운 질문이기는 하죠. 가만히 놓고 생각해 보면 어려운 질문이긴 해. I will be online maybe for another 30 minutes to 40 minutes. 그리고 만약에 제가 예전 같았으면은 빨간색이라고 했을 텐데 요즘 들어 이게 애기가 생기고 나니까 더 그런 것 같아요. 더 이제 감성적이게 되고 사람이 생각도 많이 하게 되고. 정말 큰 질문. 정말 여기서 이제 큰 질문은 어떻게 죽느냐에 따라 그것도 이제 재미난 추가 옵션 추가적으로 설명을 하면 많이 갈릴 것 같아. 또 사람들이 고통스러운 비참한 느린 죽을 것인지 아니면 정말 패스트하게 아니면 그 평온하게 죽는 영화에 보면은 이런 말 하면 유튜브가 싫어할 텐데 하여튼 영화 같은 거 보면은 그냥 자살하는 사람들 있잖아요. 목매서 자살하는 것보다 그냥 평온하게 약 먹고 수면제식으로 약 먹고 죽으시는 분들, 너무 깊이 잠들어서 숨까지 안 쉬어버리는, 평온하게, 아니면 그냥 불이 꺼진다, 내 불이 꺼져서 고통도 못 느끼고 그냥 간다, 그러면 무조건 파란색. 근데 죽음이 징그러운 말이고 좀 듣기 그러시겠지만, 죽음이 느리고 고통스럽다? 좀 더 생각을 많이 하지 않을까. Oh, I'm free whenever then, if you're up for it. Okay. If you give me your Discord ID, I'll add you, and then we can get started, man. Do a quick one. 봄걸 투어님 안녕하세요. (3억 9천에) 판다? 와, 이동속도 3, 점프 15, 덱스 14 신발. Should just be 도박. 오케이. 본인님 만약 이걸 미국인들에게만 한정해서 질문한다고 하면, 저도 처음 본 게 미국인들 커뮤니티 트위터에서 그걸 봤는데 빨간색을 많이 고른 것 같던데, 빨간색이 많이 보였던 것 같고, 그게 제 알고리즘일 수도 있지만 빨간색이 많이 보였던 것 같아요, 제가 봤을 땐. 잠시만요. 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 화장실 좀 빨리 갔다 와서 인터뷰 진행해 볼게요. 우방님 걸게요. 제가 이코 주 보냈습니다. When you accept my friend request, just let me know so I can invite you to the server. What's coming to mobile? MapleStory Classic? Okay. Let me try again. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna invite you now. I invited you. Whenever you're ready, you can come in and we can start. Hello, what's up, man?
Hey, not much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm gonna turn you up just a bit, but yeah, I can be fine now. Yeah, what's going on, man? Can you introduce yourself a little bit to us?
Yeah. So my name's Adam. Not sure you know what you're gonna ask, but I'm 25 years old. I'm from the U.S. I live in Wisconsin. And yeah, I mean, I can tell you what I do for a living, MapleStory, any of that. Depends what you want to know.
Yeah, maybe like just what were you born and raised in Wisconsin, or because the reason why I ask is because majority of my audience tend to be Korean or they have some sort of like Korean background. I'm wondering if you are the first guest that's actually full-fledged American.
I think I might be then, yeah. I don't have any Korean in me. I'm all just kind of
An
just
average
white,
Joe.
average American.
Nice. Okay, Wisconsin, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Nice.
I
Okay.
was born here, but I've moved around to a bunch of different states.
Where have you been?
Like all throughout school growing up, I was in like the South, like Georgia, Texas. I've been in Illinois, Minnesota, kind of like in that whole central part of the U.S. I've been, up and down there.
Military kid?
Not me. I mean, my brothers were in the military, but no, not my dad. I think it was just a lot of jobs moving around. He'd get different jobs or get
Okay.
laid off. It was all. People would joke he was like in the CIA or something, but it really wasn't that interesting. It was just jobs.
Okay. Well, depending on how it was for you, that can be hard for certain kids because, you know, you make friends in one area and then you have to move, and it can be a little difficult. How was it for you?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was too horrible, but it definitely was just, I think, different from the average kid growing up. You know, you would like meet a couple people, and then there were some states where I was only there for maybe a year, like 1 year of school. So like they would all have their friends that they've known since they were a kid, and I would just kind of pop in and then be out of there. So I would say early on it was kind of hard to get like close friends. I got kind of lucky where once I was in middle school, I stayed at the same middle school for all 3 years. And then I did move, and then I was at the same high school for all 4 years. So at least in those kind of like, I feel like the teenage years are pretty important there. So I was able to kind of keep the same friends for those.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of have a similar story to me. So I'm guessing you still keep in touch with your high school friends?
Yeah, those are like the more recent ones, so for sure.
Yeah.
And I went to high school in Wisconsin, like I ended up back here. So luckily where I live now, I'm still nearby all them.
Gotcha. So one of the viewers asking, hey Adam, is your Discord name Dobak for a reason? Because it means gambling in Korean. That's another reason why I thought you were Korean, because it does mean gambling in Korean.
No way, really? I had no idea. No, it's completely random. It was like some joke as a kid. I was going to class and I was late there, and my friend was saying, you know, where's Adam? And then I don't know what made him think of it, but he decided to call me Mr. Dobak. He said, no, that's Mr. Dobak.
Mr.
I think he got it from a movie or something. Have you seen the movie Step Brothers?
Yes.
Their last name is Dobak in that, but it has like a K.
Oh, really? I didn't know
So that's
that.
not why I picked it. I picked it just from whatever this random friend said, but that's really funny that it means gambling in Korean.
Yeah.
Never heard that yet.
Yeah, it's pronounced Tolpak in Korean, but it means gambling. So I was like, okay, he must be somewhat Korean, you know, maybe like me. But no. Cool, man.
That's great.
Do you play MapleStory at all? Like, what's your relationship with MapleStory?
Yeah, for sure. I guess that's more how I found you. I play it to this day, but I've been playing since I think it would have been 2005. You know, not nonstop, of course, but like throughout the years, I've always come back to it since then. I might honestly, I think, I guess I don't want to say for sure, but I'm probably one of the younger people that played that far back, because I think all the people, with all the talk about Classic World now, everybody jokes about how they're in their 30s and have a family, but you know, I'm 25, so I would have been like 4 years old when I first got introduced to it.
You would have been pretty young. How did you have siblings? You said you have brothers.
Yeah. So it was through my older brother. I remember it was our neighbor was his friend, and they would go over there and right when the game came out, I guess. I don't know if they played in the beta, but I know for sure, you know, when it came out in the global version, they were playing it, and it's just some little 4-year-old, and my brother would bring me with to just kind of sit there and watch. So that was like my first introduction, and then, you know, over the years I would start playing and get introduced to more.
Who's more hooked, or who played more of the game, you or your brother?
He was super hooked. I mean,
Oh, really?
At that time, yeah. He's 8 years older than me. So he was more in like the prime age to like really, I guess, commit to the game and try and play long term and get really far in it. So it was definitely him. But now, like currently, I play, and I think he doesn't have time on his hands too, because he has a family and, you know, my nephew's his kids, so he doesn't have time to play anymore, really.
Yeah, if he's 8 years older than you, he's right around that age.
Yeah.
And you still play?
Yeah, I still play the modern version of it, believe it or not.
Ooh,
I've played all the way from the old one to now.
I see. That's some juicy content that content for me that I want to talk about, because I have a lot of questions about Modern, and I want to hear, as someone that's actively playing, like your perspective on the game. So for me, when I log into the game, I get a little overwhelmed. I feel like there's too much text to read and so many things to upkeep with. Does it feel like that for you? Or for you, because you slowly progressed with the game as the game was updating, you don't feel that heaviness or overwhelmingness?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I don't feel that personally, but I see, like, I can see how from a different perspective it would be overwhelming. I think, like you said, it's because it's not like one day they introduced 400 new features and you had to learn them all. It's evolved over time. So, as you play the game, you learn, oh, here's a new system that I interact with. Here's a new thing that I do weekly. Here's, one at a time. And so you kind of learn them as you go. But I definitely see how it could be overwhelming.
Yeah.
I think the big problem with it today is like the new player experience, because it is still a pretty niche game. I mean, I think they're doing well, but relatively speaking. But if new players join, I think it is really hard for them to get into it.
Yeah. Did you ever play like private servers, Maple Royals, Maple Legends, or were you just a one server type of guy, MapleStory, a global server all the way, like the retail version?
I was always the retail version, yeah. Last year I think I tried the MapleStory's Worlds, like some of those recreations of the old school on there.
Yeah.
But I had never played any private servers before that.
So, but what's kind of interesting about you is that you actually played though since 2005, 6, 7, these in that time frame before Big Bang, right?
Yes.
And you don't have that nostalgia connected to it like most people do.
I do, actually. So I think that's maybe what's more unique, is I almost like both versions equally.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know to rank them, but no, I do have the nostalgia, and I'm really excited for our classic world, which, I know I don't know if the Korean players will be able to play, but I'm really excited for that to come out. I kind of had just tried out some of those MapleStory Worlds things to get a taste of it.
Yeah.
And then like right around then, the classic world got announced, which I never thought they would do.
Right.
So I'm really excited for that.
Did you get to play the beta?
No, unfortunately. I signed up and I didn't get a key. I had even considered going to the MapleCon, MapleFest.
Yeah.
Where, people all got a ticket for going.
Mm-hmm.
All the way out in LA, but I thought it would have been a fun trip, but I didn't get a ticket in time for that either.
I thought about going too, but maybe this year I'll go.
Yeah, I heard it didn't go over too well, but
I heard that too.
I think it would have been fun, fun experience.
Yeah. The only reason I would go is because now I make content, and if they have like exclusive things for people that actually attend, I look at it as like, okay, well, I can go in. Even if the event is apparently mediocre and not that great, it's still there's still like a reason for me to go, because as a content creator and trying to do something on YouTube, those are the moments that you want to really like one, capture and talk about on YouTube with people. But if they give out early passes and stuff, it's a huge help.
Yeah. Do you ever wish they would you know about like the Bean Brigade, right, that they used to do?
Bean Brigade, what is that?
I don't know if it was a Korean thing too, or if it was just for like global players, but they maybe, I don't know, a handful of years ago, I don't remember, they had the Bean Brigade, they called it, where their content creators, they would be in this kind of network, I guess, and I think they would give them NX. I don't know if they gave them much beyond that, but they at least had some acknowledgement of like the people making content on their game, and they would kind of involve them in some lists and stuff, and they closed it down a couple years ago, I think, without really any explanation.
Huh, interesting. I don't think I don't think I've ever heard anything like that before. I tend to be pretty reserved. The reason why I kind of like stay in my own bubble almost. Although I love MapleStory, I've never been like an outdoorsy person. Not to say I don't enjoy it. What it is I just get very, which is kind of funny that I'm doing broadcasting and talking to people every day, but I get very fatigued just being out and talking to people. I like being outside, but I've never been the person. There's two types of people. Like one person is my wife. My wife, she gets energy just being around more people.
Oh yeah.
And then there's me, who gets drained when I'm around other people.
And you need to recharge alone.
Yeah, so my social battery is very thin and it recharges slow. And I've thought about that. I'm like, why am I like that? You know, I'm sure we all have those moments where we try to like self-analyze. And I've come to the conclusion that it's, up until now, my life experience has left me and molded me into a certain way where I, by default, when I'm in a setting where there's a conversation going on and meeting people, I default into the listening position. And listening is a lot more energy consuming than talking. And if you look at my wife, she's a chat box. You know, she will talk nonstop about whatever, anything at any time. She's a ball of fun and flower, and she's just a ray of sunshine. And she's always fun to be around if you have that same energy. Or if she meets people that also like to talk. I don't like to talk. And two, I kind of default into the listening position when I meet new people. And after about having like 4 conversations with people, I'm just like mentally drained. That's how I get. Because the thing is, the conversation is never entailing things that I find interesting. There isn't very much like common. One thing that, you know, maybe you probably can't relate as much because you were born and raised in the States and you went to different states, but the general consensus of how people think and what the cultural norm is generally the same. Like even football, right? Just taking football, you guys can talk about football and NFL and all that. I didn't have that early on, and even now I still don't know all the rules to football. I don't even know major teams that well. So just kind of the fact that I'm in a setting where I'm not, where I can't be myself is what I find, I think, draining. But in settings like this, I love MapleStory. I'm talking to just people about whatever, usually about MapleStory and, you know, things that I find interesting. So it's a lot easier. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, that's really actually an interesting thought. Because I would say I also kind of fall into that where I, you know, if I'm mostly if it's in a group setting, if there's a group of people, I am, like you said, that like listening position where I'm just kind of observing. If I'm hanging out one-on-one with someone, I might be more talkative, but I do fall into that listening. But that's an interesting thought that almost takes more energy than talking, because you're kind of paying attention to what everybody's saying. You're kind of looking at their emotions and all that. It's like very involved.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah, and it usually is a lot. It's for me, when I'm in a group setting, I have learned to just turn people off. So if they're not directly talking to me, I am either paying attention to my son, or sometimes there's so many times in group setting, like family gathering setting, I would take my keyboard to their place and I would just whip out my keyboard and start playing music, because that was actually a lot easier and more fun. I sound like a terrible person, but man, I'm really not that terrible. Like I'm pretty good. But other than that, I kind of can turn people off. I don't need to worry about what unless they're like directly engaging with me. Then they start talking about things, and I have to, I want to be present and I want to make sure the conversation flows. So that's when the activation triggers to become a listener and pay attention and, allow them to paint a story in my head, or trying to paint a story of what they're telling me actively is what's, for me tiring. But yeah, no, I sound like a terrible person now. But
no, not at all. That's an interesting way of putting it, though. I'm curious. Do you like animals?
I do. I love animals.
Okay. I always hear people joking about, I think, similar people to that, where they joke when they go to like a big party at somebody's house, they just go straight to looking for the pet, like the dog or the cat, and they go,
Yeah.
pay attention to that. That sounds kind of like the keyboard thing. Like, I'm occupied, I'm doing something, so you're not looking for conversation, really. That's
Right.
interesting.
Well, because like in those settings, I am the foreigner. I mean, I don't have family here. It's all of my wife family, and they're all Latinos. They have a very different culture, very different, way they interact with one another. Conversation can be, there can be cultural gaps. You always feel like an outsider. So you can never really 100% let your guard down in those settings because you haven't built this relationship, a deep, meaningful relationship with anyone other than your wife. And so usually my wife is busy running around talking to people, and then I'll have like very light surface level combos with people, and then when that's done, I'll just get on the keyboard and start playing music for the people. It's like my little own zone where people can come and say hi, but they know not to like hold long convo, and that's what I like.
I mean, music makes sense if you're trying to relate to them and express to them, but if you're so different kind of socially, music is almost a way to kind of bridge that, it sounds like. But that has to be hard, being such a different culture and trying to connect with them. Would you say like you get along well with them? It's just hard to connect. Okay.
No. It's because they love me for who I present myself to be in that setting, which is a very like frat boy energy. Because all of her guy cousins, these guys are relatively like around my age, and if you're still in your 30s and late 20s, a lot of guys these still go to parties and clubs and they do drugs. And then the older people also like me because they see me as someone that's taking care of their family member, and seems like I'm doing something okay for ourselves, and that then we're having a baby, so older people love us for the baby. But the younger guys, they kind of her cousins, guy cousins and stuff, when we get together, they always kind of try to treat me as an innie, and they kind of take me along. But honestly, like I'm there for like 10 minutes, but I'm like, all right guys, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, or actually I gotta get to my wife, because my social battery runs out. I can't keep up with that facade for too long, because that's never been me. It's just something that I portray myself to be, to kind of lower their guard and lower, just being social, and trying to just kind of fit into the group mindset of narrative, party boys doing drugs, smoking weed and all this stuff, and talking about girls. Just kind of fit in, but it's really not my crowd anymore. It's not who I am. And obviously for that reason, the social exhaustion definitely kicks in, and I'm like, man, I just want to go home and I just want to game, because that's me. I want to talk about gaming, but these guys are not gamers, right? I'm a super tech nerd gamer in the inside, and these guys are not. So, but yeah,
that's hard.
Well, I wanted to ask you about modern MapleStory. You said you're waiting for both. The max level is still 300, right?
It is still 300, yes.
Do you think reaching level 300 is harder than reaching 200 on, like, even watching me stream playing a level 126 Dark Knight? What do you think is more grindy? Which game would take longer to reach max level?
So, just from opinion, because I obviously don't know the numbers, I think it may be harder to reach 300 today. I don't know that for a fact, though. So, question, when you're farming at these sheep here, right, is this like the best EXP that you could get?
Oh,
or
no.
is this place for the drop? Okay.
This for the drop.
Yeah. Because I'm watching this bar go up, and you've been this level for a few days, so I figured that was the case. But without knowing the numbers, I think it's harder to get to 300. But
So, what's your max level on modern?
I've always been kind of behind the curve. Like, I've always been catching up a little bit. For a while, it was because I would play on and off, but now I realized I think I just don't sit down and grind the same way. You know, the people who are really far will be maybe 6 to 8 hours a day, every day, you know, and I just don't have that in me.
Yeah.
So I'm only 281. That's my highest. I just got that the other day. I
So-
want to get to 285.
So for you at 281, in order to level up one time at your most proficient, at the most efficient training ground, how long does it take you to level up one time? How many hours?
So maybe another thing we could talk about is dailies, but do you mean if I were to just sit there for hours
Oh,
and grind?
that's actually a good point, because there's also like missions and stuff where it can
EXP
give you EXP, right?
So if I were to sit there, I mean, I'm trying to do the math. It could maybe take, I don't know, upwards of 20 hours maybe. I don't know if that's accurate. No, probably less than that. Maybe someone in chat can correct me, but it takes a decent amount. But for me, I play a lot with just the dailies where, you know, you'll log in, you'll kill a certain number of monsters, and then you get maybe 1% EXP.
Oh, wow.
So it's a lot. So if you do a little grinding and then you do your dailies every day, you know, maybe once every couple of weeks or a few weeks, you're going to get a level. Just so I don't grind very much at a time. What I do know, though, to say that 300 is difficult is I think just from the way the curve goes, it just ramps up so far exponentially at those later levels.
Starting
even
when,
though-
you would say?
I think every 5 levels it goes up a lot. I think it doubles. So at 290 it's going to double. At 295 it becomes way longer to get a level. So you might think you're almost there, but I think you're only, you know, a fraction of the way there. I remember hearing the numbers, but I don't have them right now. But those last few levels take a long time.
Yeah, I think my general understanding of the game needs to be revised, because I definitely thought this game was way more grindier. But if it's taking you about, like, let's say, you know, I think that's pretty fair, because 20 hours means 5% per hour, which seems extreme, but some people here get at level 150, 160, they get 5% an hour too at their most, you know, at their efficient training ground. So it probably sounds about right. It's extremely grindy in this server too. I want to say I knew a bishop that was like level 185 at the time, and he was helping me out. And we had a light convo, and I asked him at his level, how much EXP does he get per hour? And I don't know if you know, but you should. I think you would. Bishops have this skill called Genesis. You know that, right?
Yes.
All mages have this like huge AoE skill in old school MapleStory, and other classes don't. And if you have the money, or if somebody's paying you through a leeching program or whatever system, you can spam Genesis. And I would say I'm pretty comfortable saying that they're mages with their AoE skills. You earn EXP at the highest and the fastest rate compared to the other adventurer classes. So even these guys at level 185 spamming Genesis map wide were earning maybe 1% or 2% an hour, he said. So I wonder if it's still more grindier in, like, I wonder how bad it is at level 2, because you said it doubles and it's like exponential. At 298 or 299, how grindy the game is and how long it takes.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know honestly, I will never get there, but I know that
You're so close though.
That's what you think. I know that's what's confusing about it.
Yeah.
I know when I watch the streamers who are like not 297, I don't see the EXP bar move. You know, they're grinding and it doesn't even move. Like, you see the number go up, but it barely moves. Yeah, it's a little. I think that's one of the misleading parts, is they see, you know, people who don't play it maybe see all these people at 290, 295, and they're kind of the end game. Yeah, Infernal said I'm not close at all. That's very true. um, they think that's kind of the end game, but I'm really like behind everyone. I mean, I'm barely catching up in terms of like what is the modern content.
I see. So up to level 2, you said 271, right?
281.
281. Up to 281, did you have any... Ooh.
What did you get?
Oh, yes! I got K for strength, 10%.
Oh,
Yes.
nice. I just looked away. Nice.
I think this cost a lot of money. Let me see real quick.
Yeah, take your time. Congrats.
Thanks, dude. Oh my god, finally. Cape 10% is a big one. I'm like, oh man, it's only 2 mil. It's a piece of crap. It's not a piece of crap, but earring for luck that I got. The other scroll that I got here was 5 milli. So I was expecting this to be at least 7, 8, maybe 10 mil, but 2 mil, it's not bad. Oh yeah, so I was asking you up to like raising and basically playing your character up to 281. Were there any settings where you could group up with people and party? Or because I know towards the end stage of the game they have bosses where people party up together to beat the boss, but up until then, is it just really like how everybody thinks it's a solo grinding game?
So it actually is kind of up to you how you want to play it. So at all the bosses going up until then, you kind of have two choices. You could either, when you're very weak, you could party up with other weak people and try and struggle to beat the boss almost before before it's easy for you, basically. Or if you don't want to struggle through that, it won't take long to get to the point where you're just strong enough to do it yourself. So you can a lot of people go that route, which is why I think it's called solo so much, because they don't want to learn the boss mechanics and take the time to practice something if it's not even the most current boss in the game. There's new stuff coming out they want to get to. Mm-hmm. So they just get strong enough to where they can do it themselves. But I mean, I would say all the bosses before then, you could struggle with the party if you wanted to.
Yeah, but is there... So, go
ahead, sorry.
My next line of thinking or question that pops up in my head is it because people won't do it if it isn't convenient? You know what I mean? People aren't going to go out of their way to find people to party with. And I compared to Maple Land, it's just a different community and gaming culture, but we use Maple Land, people in Korea use Discord to kind of look for other people to play with. There's a hub where people gather and communicate and like act as a community. Does something like that exist? Let's say I'm level 50 and I just unlocked one of the boss raids, like the normal one, and I want to try it out. How hard is is there a lot of friction from me unlocking something at that level and then finding 3 to 4 people to party with and kind of trying it out together? How easy is that?
I would say yes and no. So technically there's not friction, because in the game they have a party recruitment tab where you can click to say, I'm looking to party up for this boss, and people will just join in there. It just gets posted on the list. People open it up and they say, oh, look, I'm also looking for that boss. I'll join your party. So it's easy in that sense to like get people. I would say the main problem with that and why it's not maybe ideal for a lot of people is the people joining that are not going to be, how do I want to say it? They want to just get it done fast. They want you to join if you already know what you're doing, you're strong enough to not hold us back, and I just want to get this done really quick. It's just part of my weeklies. So you only really, if you join that and you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be, people won't be happy with you, So if you're trying to really play with people on a social level and enjoy the experience with them, you kind of need to be, I would say, in a guild and you talk to your guild mates and make friends with them.
Yeah, that is definitely, I was about to say, guilds probably opened that avenue. But it's just, to me, it's very unfortunate that it isn't by default that prioritizing the experiencing the enjoyment of the game, the fun of the game, by, you know, like having a community like old school MapleStory where efficiency and being strong enough and like having prior knowledge takes priority over actually enjoying the game. And I've thought about that for a while, but I don't think that's a game design. I think that's just a design, intrinsic design in humanity. I think once we get to a certain point where it's not new anymore, it's not something that, it's something that's been around and established, people just want the most efficient, comfortable way to get things done that they need to get done. So I don't know what the game could really do to combat that.
I agree. I don't know if there's much the game can do, because the more quality of life you add, like you said, that's what people expect now. So now if you make this part of the game easier, then every other part of the game that's still kind of hard, they say we want that fixed now. We want that to be easier. And it just keeps on kind of snowballing, and everything gets adjusted. I would say, if I can give my opinion, and you don't have to agree, nobody has to, kind of like Infernal is saying in the chat there. I think the main difference with it is there is still, the struggle with parties. There is still the social aspect, just in a different way, of course. But there is still, some of the same aspects, but it's much later in the game. It's after you've grinded for a long time. You've learned the mechanics. You know what you're doing, and you kind of are on the same level as those people. So it gets pushed back very far. And I think what happens is, an old school Mapler who maybe says, I want to try playing the game again, and they try to log on to the modern version, you're not going to be there right away, right? You're going to spawn in, and nobody's there with you because they're all playing the recent stuff. I do think this is a problem. But, nobody is there. So all you see when you log in is, okay, I level super fast, everything is easy, and there's nobody to talk to, right? I mean, right. I see people saying that all the time, and you can't really blame them for thinking that. It's just, I think it's all there, and it's just pushed much later.
I see. As the game ages, it's like an inevitable thing that happens, because they have to push out content for the people that are actually active and enjoying the game. Not actually, but the people that can pour a lot more time into it compared to those who take it a lot slower. And I'm sure their mindset was, well, more content the better, without realizing that it actually creates a really big gap, like you said, with the players that have been playing for 10 plus years, and they're all the way at 280, 290, enjoying the freshest content that's coming out. And because the game's been around for so long, and I remember MapleStory actually trying to do something about this with like revamp programs, or like a expedited program where you can get through certain levels really quick. But I think it just, that alone makes the game feel more arcadish to newer people like me coming in, because all they're doing is just throwing EXP at your face and trying to get you caught up to where the game is actually at. And that entire ride of just flying through level 1 from 100, expediting all the content with and just overwhelming amount of information coming at your face, is what really turns a lot of people off. It's very overwhelming when you just hit a monster and you level up, and then when you level up, it does this explosion and kills half the map again, and then you get like 20% EXP, and it just non-stop leveling up. You don't need, I remember playing, I didn't even have time to read the skills. I dumped all my skills into the spells, because one, the skills got really complicated. They're long. Their texts are long compared to what I'm used to. I'm used to this. Look, that's like 3 lines max, 2.5.
Yeah, and it just kind of says hits the monster basically.
Yes, and damage percentage, how many they're hitting.
Yeah.
You know, it's very simple, but you go to modern MapleStory, you read the text, there's so many things, and you start to realize it's a combo system. There's like a keystroke combo going on, and you're trying to learn all that in midst of it, and then all of a sudden a scene triggers, a cinematic scene triggers because you're about to job advance, and now you're learning about the story of your character that honestly at that point I do not care to know about. So it's a lot, and then you know all these like enhancements and materials, star forges, whatever all these things are, they come all way too quick, and it gets overwhelming very fast. I think that was my experience.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it is just a hard thing for them to really change that at this point. I think they're trying right now to catch people up. It seems to be kind of the theme of the recent updates. They want, you know, they're making new content. They have to make it for the later levels because nobody's going to spend time in the early ones for something new. And so they're trying to catch people up to where people are right now. But I don't think it fully... It does kind of just give you the EXP, and that's about it. Like, I don't think it fully introduces you the way it should. Because, yeah, if you were to join on the next major event, right, which will be in the summer, in a couple of weeks, if you join then and create a character, it'll give you, number one, something that will get you to level 200 almost instantly. I mean, it takes like 10 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
And during that, it gives you a slight tutorial. Like it says, here's, you know, you kill monsters to level up. Here's some items that you'll need. Here's some ways to enhance your items. Like it gives small tutorials a little bit. And then you're level 200 in 10 minutes, right? And then from there, you will gain 5 levels every time you level up until 260.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Until 260. And do you know what is at 260? I don't know your current knowledge.
I'm
Milestone there.
gonna just, you know, use context clues and my brain here to say 5th job advancement.
Close. 5th job advancement is at 200, and then now we have 6th job.
Oh, 6th job. Oh,
We have 6 now.
geez.
So at 200, you get 5th job. You get like 4 more skills, and you can enhance those over time as you kind of grind for some items. And then at 260, that's kind of where it drops you off, right? You got 5 levels. You got kind of just jump boosted up to there. So it drops you off at 260. You have 6th job. You get 1 or 2 new skills, and then you can enhance all your other skills. The animation changes, they get stronger, all these things. It makes you a lot stronger, but it's a long grind then to keep enhancing them. So I think that's just where it's hard, is it's trying to catch you up. That's what it seems like they want to do. But I think what happens with a lot of people, if they just came back and they don't know what to do, they just get dropped off there. And then they're like, okay, well, what did I just do? I just got handed a bunch of stuff, and now, you know, what's the point in this?
Yeah.
And I think if you keep playing from there and you try to learn the new systems, learn the new bosses, I think it can be fun. I do think a lot of people could be persuaded, but it's just, how does the game get them there? You
People
know?
need to give it a chance too, I think.
Yeah. They have to get, what did you say?
People need to give the game a chance.
Yeah,
sure.
and you can't really blame anyone, you know, if they don't enjoy that first initial experience of the game. That's where it needs to catch you. So I would love it if people gave it a chance, but you can't really blame them if they're not hooked on that and they don't enjoy that first part. What's gonna, just play for another year of doing dailies and you'll be enjoying it, you know? Like, nobody's gonna do that.
Yep. And you think when MapleStory Classic comes out, do you think more players are going to play Classic, or do you think there's going to be more players playing Retail?
I hope that Classic will be a good way to get new players. I know it'll obviously bring back the people who haven't played since the old days, but I hope that it's a way to bring back new players because it's so simple and there's nothing to learn with it really. You know, you start and you just kind of know how to play because you go and attack something and you learn it kind of naturally. So I hope that's a way to get new ones. I don't know if a large portion of modern players, the ones who really like modern and really have played it for a while, I don't know if a large amount of them will switch because I think it's too, you know, again, they're too overloaded and they have too much quality of life and they're too used to the way it is. I don't know if it'll be fun for them to go back and not be able to hit something and not be able, you know what I mean, killing one thing at a time.
Yeah.
I think some of them will, but I don't know if it'll take a big chunk out of the players.
We actually have a specific term for that in Korean. They call it jik. I learned this too recently. They call it jikmok, which is a abbreviation for 찍어 먹다, and that just means trying things out, kind of. 찍먹인가? It just means kind of like trying something but not fully devoting or committing. Kind of like, oh, I'm gonna check it out, but probably dip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That sentiment.
Yeah. That's pretty accurate. Yeah, because you kind of have to fully commit if you want it to be enjoyable, and yeah, that's just not realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I mean, I was gonna go on to the next section of the questioning or next section of the topic, but if you have more things to say about old school or modern, if there's anything like oh, I really want to talk about this, we can talk about that.
No, I guess the one other thing is just that I do think the bosses, because a lot of it I'm saying, it's kind of good but kind of not bad or kind of bad. I do think that the bossing is really fun. And that's why it's a little bummer. I kind of wish more people could try that out without having to grind to get to that point. Because all the mechanics that the bosses have and, you know, learning your own skills and how to do the most damage, in my opinion, compared to Classic, which I was so young, you know, I was never able to fight any bosses really before the Big Bang. You would kind of just sit there holding a button down, it seemed like.
Yep.
And sometimes you'd have to use an all cure, and that was like about it. Compared with today, I just think it's super rewarding to go into a boss the first time. You get wiped out, it's way too hard, and then you kind of learn. You keep on trying, and then by the time you're actually able to beat that boss and you've been trying so hard, I think it's super rewarding. So that's, I guess, my last little selling point, if I want to call it that, is I think that part of the game, there are a lot of negatives, but I think they do a very good job at that.
Yeah. I mean, you said you like both, so
I like both, yeah.
Yeah. See, I would say, so I would kind of, because that's kind of really interesting, and I, you know, as someone who talk about old school MapleStory and the new MapleStory a lot on my channel, and the reason why I avoid new MapleStory, or the modern retail MapleStory, I think the difference, I completely agree with you that in a raid setting in an old school MapleStory, you're usually holding down one weapon and drinking all cures, and it's really a tank and spank. Not a lot of mechanics involved. Now, as you go into Horntail and Pink Bean, there is some strategy or things that you have to know, but it's very simple compared to modern. Now, what makes it exciting though is if it's just like retail WoW and old school WoW, like classic WoW, it's the same thing. What I think people like me and the people that played old school type of games, WoW or MapleStory, the reason why raids were so fun is because usually you went with a group of 20 to 30 people all at once. And that sense of community is what people really yearn for. Now, we can dig a little deeper, and at the deep root, I always say that retail MapleStory and old school MapleStory are two different things. You know, they might look similar, but I think old school MapleStory doesn't qualify as a game in today's gaming standards. It's way too dull, bland. It's more like kind of like playing an avatar version of yourself in a digital realm, and you're there. You're like playing Facebook, digital version of Facebook, where you're talking to people in a community in its own marketplace. So I think old school MapleStory resembles that a lot more than your traditional gaming in today's standard. So if you look at like modern MapleStory, it's very much arcade-ish, a lot of dopamine releasing, instant gratification. Although leveling is slow, you're constantly getting hit with dopamine through the skill effects, and you're constantly consuming that. Whereas this game, it's like, even in this setting right now, I'm in a party with someone above me. And in many party settings, if you watched the clips of people playing closed beta of Classic, they all are in a party setting and they're constantly communicating and talking about whatever. It doesn't really have to, it's a very lax setting. It doesn't have to be about the boss content you're supposed to do. And you and I talked about this earlier, is that how can we find people that are trying to enjoy the gaming experience differently than those who are constantly seeking for that high chase, the next high of getting the highest damage or the best item. So in old school MapleStory, when we went to a raid, it was boring, but the sense of community and the camaraderie was very much there with your guild members, and you had a guild leader who was making the calls. So it felt like it's just a video game, but in the moment it felt like you were doing something a lot more than just playing a video game with the people that you leveled up together. And that feeling just doesn't exist in today's MMO. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why people want to come back to Classic, is the community aspect. And if we just look at that, then it's a completely two different game. One is an actual video game where you're constantly getting entertainment and enjoyment and like feeling good. The other one is more of just kind of online digital realm where you can socialize with one another while having the bigger picture, I guess, bigger goal to all collectively run towards. It kind of puts people in the same space where like there's a common theme, common goal to achieve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you form a real connection for sure. I could see that being rewarding. It almost, in a gameplay sense, you made me think of, it kind of sounds like, have you ever played Animal Crossing?
I have. Very little.
So I remember, I remember, 2020, it was very big when they made the new Animal Crossing. Very popular with a lot of people, but I know there were some people, which I would almost think of as like the modern MapleStory equivalent, where they looked at it and they just thought, like, this is a game. Like, you're just walking around and, trying to upgrade. You're just walking around on an island, though. That there's not a lot going on, basically. It kind of sounds similar to me. That just
I 100% agree. But to those people, I remember that. Because to me, I felt the same way. I was playing the game and I couldn't get into it. I couldn't see the charm. I kind of get that.
It's not about the gameplay, but it's like how it makes you feel, kind of.
Yeah. And whether a lot of people won't talk about it, and I completely get why, but people usually don't admit when they're lonely. They try to hide that. And I do think when I'm a big statistics guy, because there's so many narratives around the world, left and right and up and down and bad and good. I like to look at statistics to get my information, to find at least a glimpse of truth. And apparently it's saying that a lot of males are getting lonely over the years. And I do believe that's true. And I could go into it I could talk about it for hours, but I won't. But I think that has somewhat to do with people yearning and people wanting to play MMO and wanting to belong in some, like, at least somewhat of a community, and have that community feeling. That's my assumption. I don't know if it's true, but stats do say that loneliness is getting worse over the years. Kind of sad.
Yeah, no, I think that's very true. I think you're right. I think things like MMOs can definitely provide that sense of community and sharing.
All right, Dobak. I want to ask you because it's already kind of getting pretty late.
Yes.
We've been on the call for a while. My last question that I ask everyone is, it's not really a question. It's just a request. If you would like to share, you don't have to if you don't want to. If you would like to share things that have been, if there's any worries or if anything that kind of produces anxiety or thoughts that kind of keep you up at night for the past 2 months, and also after that, if there's anything in the future that you're looking forward to, if you are excited about the future for whatever reason, can you tell us both?
Yeah, sure. I guess it hasn't been the last 2 months. It's been more recent, if that still counts. I think in the last, it was last week actually. I had some, I guess they are opportunities, but I guess I had some decisions that I had to make regarding my career. So I work in insurance right now. I'm a trainer at an insurance company. I've been there for like 5 years. I make pretty decent money, I would say. It's nothing, that's gonna. I'm not a millionaire or anything. It's nothing like that. But I make enough where it's comfortable. But I've been there 5 years, and it's repetitive now. I have a hard time with things where there's nothing changing day to day. You have to go to work and you do the same thing you were doing the other day, and there's nothing new and exciting. So anyway, last week I got a call from my brother, who is an engineer, and he works for this company where he told me, there would be a job opportunity that I might interest me. And I didn't go to college, so thought, you're an engineer. What am I gonna do at your company? And he said it would be in, I guess, CAD drawing. Do you know CAD? It's basically like 2D, 3D modeling for engineering, architecture.
Yeah. I've heard of them. Yep.
So he said it would be in that. I guess basically the boss there is frustrated with the people he's hired, and he said he's willing to train someone from zero now, is what he said. So that was the first thing. He called me about that, and then I thought, okay, interesting, new opportunity I got to consider if I'm open to. And then my dad called me the next day. And, they didn't know. He called me the next day and said that his company, he very recently got into this business, and he said he does like concrete, and he has this new territory that he might have access to for like customers, but he said it would be too much work for him, so he would need help. And he asked me if I am open to it at all, basically. And so I thought, okay, geez, my dad's struggling, he might need help. And then the next day, this is the last one, my boss calls me at work at my current job. Tells me there's a bunch of people moving around positions. I have a new boss, technically, he's above her. And within maybe a few months, who knows, there might be a supervisor position opening up that I could go for. I tried to interview a few years ago and didn't get it. He said, you would probably be next in line for that. So,
okay, I see your dilemma here.
Yeah, within a stretch of a few days, I got all these things thrown at me, and I thought, oh, geez. I'm not superstitious, really, but it almost feels like a sign. It's like, okay, that seems like I need to do something different, right?
Right.
If I'm not getting a lot of fulfillment personally out of my job right now, it seems like I should change something up, and I guess that's it. It's just a big decision to make. So now I have a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, I see the dilemma. I mean, it's you said this is in a span of like few weeks, so it hasn't even been that long, really.
Within 3 days, I got all these calls.
From today?
No, yeah, sorry. It was last week. Excuse me, I misunderstood.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Have you... I mean, I'm sure you're still thinking very much, but are you leaning into one more than the other?
I've tried to sit down and think the pros and cons. I think the CAD drawing position sounds interesting to me because that has a lot of, or at least as he explained it, it has a lot of creativity to it. You know, you're problem solving, you're really thinking, you're designing the thing. So, you know, that compared to what I'm doing now, where I just kind of have to teach people how we do stuff at the company, and I kind of do the same thing every time, it sounds a lot more creative. So that one kind of speaks to me in that way. And then,
wow, look at that. Are you seeing chat?
I'm seeing chat. Yeah, that is very.
Yeah, K Viegas he's been a Christian for a long time, so she knows like a lot of stuff from the Bible. She surprises me too in chat.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. That is it's inspiration. Can you tell me what one to pick, K Viegas? I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's I think in terms of the work, that one is the most appealing. It's tough because, you know, then I know my dad is struggling with what he's doing right now, so it's like I would not be making much money doing that, but there's that, you know, personal feeling to, oh, I gotta help out, you know.
Yeah.
Somebody who's in need, and then, or of course, you know, do I go for the one where I'd make the most money and maybe not enjoy it very much, which isn't the ideal choice, but it's you know, how the world is right now. So
yeah, well, I'm sure you'll make the best decision that you can after thinking about it. I mean, only you know your life situation and circumstances, so yeah. And what about the future? Do you have anything about the future that excites you or that you're looking forward to?
I mean, can it be a small thing? Does it have to be big?
Nope, it could be anything.
I should be moving to a new apartment soon.
Exciting.
Haven't picked one out, but I'm looking for something that's a bit more comfortable. I live in kind of an old building right now. I don't have a dishwasher or just like small things like that. It's not very luxurious. So I should be moving to a nicer, more comfortable place. And I stay home a lot, you know, so it's nice to have that place decked out a bit.
For sure. All right, man. Adam, it was, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just cut, like, because I was going to ask you I didn't know if you cared or if you know, some people don't want to talk about their position and their job and stuff, but in the title of the video, because you said you work at insurance, can I put Adam from, like, Adam Insurance? What's your actual title? Trainer?
Insurance trainer. Yeah.
Insurance trainer in my video title on YouTube. That's fine, right?
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think anybody's finding me from that.
Yeah. All right, Adam. It was nice speaking to you, man. It was fun.
Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, I had a good time. I appreciate you having me.
Yep, and we'll catch up again in the future. I'll remember you.
Yeah, I'd love to, dude. Okay. You have a good rest of your day, though. Thanks again.
You too. All right, bye now.
Bye.
That was Adam 씨였는데 미국에 살고 계신 보험회사에서 트레이닝을 맡으신 보험회사에서 이제 한 5년 동안 일하셨다고 하는데 보험회사에서 트레이너로 일하면서 돈은 좀 편하게 받는 편이다. 편하게 살만하는데 문제는 없다라고 하시네요. 위스콘신 주에 사시는데 옛날 메이플 스토리도 좋아하고 미국에 사시는 분이니까 메이플 스토리 글로벌 서버에 나올 클래식 나오는 걸 기다리고 계시고 현재 본선 메이플을 하고 계신다고 합니다. 근데 얘기를 해보니까 본선 메이플에 대한 좋은 감정과 좋은 생각을 가지고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 많은 분들이 이제 메이플을 하면서 본섭에도 신규 유저가 유입이 돼서 본선 메이플이 오래됐으면 좋겠다라고 하시는데 메이플을 즐겨 하시는 것 같아요. 본선 메이플을. Thank you chat for your input. Yep. My chat is very knowledgeable. Right chat? Yes. 팟캐스트 재밌다. 감사합니다. 자, 오늘 귀걸이 2개 득하고 망힘 하나 먹어갑니다. 처음으로 먹어보는 망힘 아주 좋아요. 마을 가볼게요. 나중에도 같이 사냥해요. 나중에 이제 보스 콘텐츠 갈 때 별이님 데리고 가서 연막탄 투처, 연막탄용으로 그리고 데미지용으로 같이 가면 재밌겠다. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm Pepe Dent. What is that? What is Pepe Dent? 여기서 상남자는 도깨비 망토 10% 지른다 안 지른다. 업그레이드 횟수 이미 하나 줄어든 도깨비 망토. Got a dent in the hair where the brain would be. Oh, you talking about the Pepe the Frog dent. Why do you say that? Oh, because I said my chat is smart. Ginger, stop it, man. I'm sure you're very smart, man. You don't need to say that stuff. Okay. A true man, a man full of macho-ness, will put this 10% scroll on the cape that I got today. Cape for strength, 10%. Plus 3 to strength on my already failed goblin cape that already has 5 strength with 4 upgrade slots. 안 지른다. 이미 하나 실패했으니까 질러라. 팔면 200만 매소입니다. 근데 여기서 이게 질러도 되면 질러서 붙으면 업그레이드 횟수 하나 실패한 거 어느 정도 다시 회수한다? 정상화 정도? 정상화까지는 아니더라도 어느 정도 복구가 된다. 근데 여기서 실패하면 진짜 개망. 도그망이 돼가지고 도그망해버려가지고 이거 말고 이제 나중에 업그레이드 3개 2개씩 붙으면 6, 힘 11이 최고인데 60%가 다 붙는다고 가정했을 때 이것보단 이속 2카를 끼는 게 맞겠죠. 힘 10 이속 2카. 근데 여기서 10%가 붙은다. 힘이 10%가 붙으면 힘 10%, 망토 힘 10%가 붙으면 복구가 되는 거고 어느 정도. 근데 요즘 주문서 지를 때마다 실패해가지고 기운이 안 좋은데 여러분 힘 11 이소기카 비싸죠. 힘 10 이소기카가 그냥 힘 10 이소기카 이것도 엄청 비쌀 거예요 아마. 십 해놓고 몇 천만? 와 진짜 비싸네. 5천? 팝니다에서 가격 순으로 봤을 때 6,200 60% 5짝 그쵸. 힘 11도 있을라나 이게? 몇 억 할 것 같은데. 와 이 엄청 비싸. 2억 3억 60% 내작 도전하자. 망임 10%를 팔고 그래도 되고. 그렇게 비싸지가 않네요. 500만 정도 했던 걸로 기억하는데 제일 싼 게 지금 325만 320만 정도? 이렇게 한번 다 질러볼까? 돈도 좀 모였으니까 오늘 한번 질러볼까요? 방송 종료하기 전에. 이분 여기서 순조롭게 빨리빨리 진행돼가지고 망힘 60% 내장을 살 수 있으면 되겠죠? 네. 일단 한 장 샀고 빨리빨리 살 수 있으면 빨리빨리 사서 진행해 볼게요. 망흰 60% 보내달라고 하고 51분 전 이분도 계시고 다들 접속해 있네 지금. 천레검님도 보내준다고 하고 마지막 하나 더 19분 전에 올리신 이마 망힘 60% 삽니다. 제발. 실패한 거 60% 질렀어요. 실패한 거 60%. 망토 힘 60% 320만. 천레검 일시 100, 1000만, 10만, 100만. 일단 한 장 샀습니다. 3, 4, 1000, 한 1400만 깨지겠네. 4장 사는 거니까. 제발. 망힘 60% 맞죠? 물따귀 일시 100, 1000만, 10만, 100만. 레인보우 칼라머리 예쁘다. 망토힘 주문서 60% 여곽 100만 10만 100만. (13%) 13% 되면 참 좋을텐데. 마지막 분이 누구였지? 한 분이 남는데. 이분이 안 계시네. 전사님이 안 계시네. 전사님. 그럼 시간 순으로 가서 가격순 천레검님 샀고 이분 심남 K. 자, 4장 바로 질러보도록 할게요. 들어오자마자 그냥 샤샤샥 상남자처럼 망설이지 않고 4장 연속. 느낌 좋잖아. 안 계시네. 안 돼. 마지막 하나 사야 되는데. 아이고, 큰일 났다. 한 개가 부족하네, 이러면. 이분한테 사야 되겠다. 전 사양할게요. 니마 사양님 망힘 60%. 이분 8분 전에 올렸는데 어디 가신 거야? 감자 담비 이분한테 오자. 님 아무도 안 계시는데. 에이전트 P 분은 계실까? 나이스. 깃 왔다. 깃 왔습니다. Ryder, what's up, man? 오케이, 마지막 망힘 도착했습니다. 일시 100, 1000만, 10만, 100만. 오케이. 사람들이 많은 곳에서 이 인기를 받아 인간의 기운, 행운의 토벤머리와 멋있는 곡을 낀 형들, 멋있는 안경 낀 형들 사이에서, 그리고 우리 옆에 계신 시청자분 옆에서 바로 스트레이트 샷 불러보도록 할게요. 망토임 60% 주문서 4장, 이미 한번 실패한 도깨비 망토. 바로 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 레전드 노래로 한번 바꿔볼까? 레전드 노래라면 뭐가 있을까?
Hey, can you break this down for me?
The first step.
그 생각나는 부금이 바로 하나 있긴 하거든요. 찾아보도록 할게요. 부금의 기운을 받아. 야! 망토 힘 주문서 60% 4장 스트레이트 샷 도깨비 망토에 바로 들어가겠습니다. 이미 업그레이드 한번 실패한 도깨비 망토. 상남자는 스트레이트 샷이다. 돌아보지 않는다. 상남자는 바로 치른다. 스트레이트 샷. 고! 고! 안 보고 있습니다. 채팅창. 아! 내가 왜 이게 잘 안 붙은지 아냐. 쳐다보지는 않았지만 시선 밖에 peripherals, 옆으로 보이는 이 경고말들이 두세 번 바뀌었어요. 경고 뜨는 문장이 두세 번 바뀌었다. 좋은 뜻 아닙니다. 어떻게 보던. 아. 아. 60% 두 개 발린 게 말이 되나 이게. 메이플스토리에 존재하는 최고의 아이템, 최고의 전사 도깨비 망토. 힘 9가 말이 됩니까 이게? 어쩔 수 없습니다. 어쩔 수 없습니다지. 없습니다. 힘 9 도깨비 망토. 힘 9 깻망. 그래도 4600 진입했습니다. 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 다 잘 될 수만은 없으니까. 공식 다크 엠페러를 보면서 기분 좀 좋게 이제 분위기를 전환해서 좋은 기운을 받으며. 망토는 다시 못 얻어요. 아쉽게도. 나중에 이제 조금 더 좋은 망토가 나오면 그거를 껴야겠죠. 근데 지금은 뭐 어쩔 수 없이 이걸 껴야 합니다. 자, 여러분 오늘 방송 여기까지 할 거고 참 재미난 시간을 보냈는데 미니 팟캐스트 하면서 세 분과 대화해보고 재미난 얘기를 해보고 지금 일비파밍도 몇 시간 했냐? 일비파밍도 이제 28시간 정도 했거든요. 아직까지도 안 나오고 있는데 과연 일비는 내일 나올지. 내일은 주를 마무리하는 금요일이 있기 때문에 내일 딱 나와가지고 월요일날 새로운 콘텐츠로 시프 마스터를 키우던 아니면 다른 데 가서 사냥을 하던 메이플 스토리라는 게임을 다른 곳에서 이제 파밍을 다른 곳에서 하든지 진행을 하면서 미니 팟캐스트 시리즈를 계속 진행할까 합니다. 변경될 수도 있고. 재밌게 보신 분들 지금 재밌게 새로 오신 분들 재밌게 보신 분들 계시면 구독 한 번씩 눌러주시고 지금 시청하고 계신 분들 다 동영상 좋아요 라이브 좋아요 한 번씩 눌러주면 알고리즘에 도움이 많이 되니까 한 번씩 해주시면 감사할 것 같고 만약에 나는 조니님과 다음 주에 팟캐스트 시리즈에 참가하고 싶다 있으신 분이 계시면 제가 아마 포스팅을 하나 더 만들 것 같아요. 이번 주말에 스케줄을 짜가지고 뭐 월, 수, 금이 될 수도 있고 아니면 화, 목으로 주 2일로 이렇게 진행하는 식으로 할 수도 있고 조금 더 생각을 해봐야겠는데 만약에 나도 같이 이제 하고 싶다 하시는 분들은 나도 참여하고 싶다 하시는 분들은 적극적으로 가벼운 마음으로 부담 없이 대화하면서 소통하면 좋을 것 같아요. 이제 뭐 여기서 방송은 마치고 내일 비슷한 시간대에 방송 켜가지고 계속 일비파밍을 이어나가 보도록 할게요. Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in today. It was a good day. We had 3 guests come on today in the mini podcast series. Everybody with very different backgrounds and stories. Really interesting to talk to. If you're watching the stream right now and you're new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe. If you are also just watching and you've been subscribed for a while, if you're an old time or a casual viewer of my channel, of my streams, go ahead and give the video a like. If you have the leniency, go ahead and consider joining the membership for Johnny TV. It's a direct way to help me out and kind of pass on the good vibes. There's also benefits that you can take advantage of, like member-specific badges, emotes, and other benefits that you can look at in the benefits tab. Other than that, guys, I'll go live again tomorrow. Oh, I'll go live again tonight playing the console game. So I'll be playing the console game tonight. And then for Maple Land, I'll go live tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard. Ooh, this must be a viewer. 감사합니다. Anyways, guys, that's it for me today. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.